Thank you. Honorable Buthelezi, Dabezita. Honorable Mkalipi.
The form that we sent to you, the responses is no, is red.
Yeah, they will respond to that. Honorable Buthelezi.
Thank you, Chair. Maybe I'll sound like a stuck record because once again, I don't see any deliberate turnaround strategy. I don't see financial plan recovery, which has been placed here. Otherwise, this might as well be just crying sessions, where you hear all the problems that are besetting the municipalities. And I think that also what is concerning, Chair, if I may just comment, is that there are so many levels of intervention for all municipalities. It's SALGA, it's Cogta, it's the AG, it's the province, it's the treasury. But you just don't understand when you look at this sorry situation. Now, these are people who have just come in, touching on what my colleague said earlier. They say new broom sweep clean. Unfortunately, they have to answer these questions. I think that what one has just experienced, Chair, just now, but it relates to them and all of them today. They're really like they're all like fire engines. You ask yourself, where is room for service delivery? They are just putting out fires every day. I can't imagine when you arrive in the morning until the end of the day, where would you get time? And then maybe then just to conclude, because you don't have much time, or just on that point of service delivery, I think it's very relevant that we are new. So you need to have a very clear picture of the before and after. I just would like to know what barometer have you used to gauge what your efforts reflect in terms of the delivery in your municipality. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Majoro.
Thanks, Honorable Chair. I also want to maybe verify the issue of the form raised by Honorable Mkalipi, but the one that I have and the response that we have sent on page 10 is clearly, it reflects on the financial recovery plan. On page 11, it speaks of a low revenue collection and therefore the initiatives that we have actually undertaken. Part of is the issue of the audit of our electricity usage that we have actually discovered. Very critical on that one. We also identified the challenges with our billing system, which has actually contributed to our low collection of revenue. So we are going to attend to that. So if maybe the honorable member can assist us in terms of the relevant form, but it's in here, or maybe it was not sent.
Thank you, Majoro. The problem is that when we are given a chance to present, you dwell much on the background instead of zooming to those 4 or 5 questions that were sent to the municipality. Hence, the members are asking you about that. What our expectation was that you give us the background and then you dwell more on those questions, because that's the reason why we are here. Thank you. Honorable Matuane.
Sorry, Chair. Sorry, Chair. I'm sorry to jump like this. I haven't had a response to the questions I asked. Not one.
Thank you, Honorable Matuane. You can ask question when the municipality responds. They will respond to your question and the one of the barometer. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. I just want to check with the new acting municipal manager if he has a history with the municipality. If this is maybe his second stint. If it's his second stint, what were the reasons for his removal? And then also, I want to check if there are any vacancies that have been advertised in the office of the Speaker and the office of the Mayor, and what is the justification if that is the case. And in terms of the 8 million rands paid to Centlec, was there to build a substation? Was there a value for money in that contract or project? I'll stop there. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member, the Executive Mayor and the team. You have two questions, including the one of Honorable Buthelezi, where he was asking about the barometer.
Thank you, Chairperson. Reason for my removal. I only knew the reason immediately when I was told to go outside the council, and then told I'll get the letter on my emails so that I can send it back to Cogta. On the letter, it was raised that the municipality does not have resources to keep me in the municipality. One of the substations of electricity, it was a district municipality of Karib that was allocated funding through INEP, but like we engaged with them, there was a shortfall in terms of that funding that they received. And what we did as Mohokari, we immediately submitted a business plan for application for funding, so that as Mohokari municipality we can complete that substation in Smithfield, so that the grid is sustainable. It doesn't give problems to the community of Smithfield. That funding has been allocated and approved. We are going to implement that project in the current financial year. By next week, we'll be taking the matter to advert so that all potential and credible service providers can come and bid for that project. Also, in the same breath, the issue of the 200 electrification of households, we have also included it into that business plan through INEP so that we complete those households. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable. I just want to answer the one of the posts in the Office of the Speaker and the Office of the Mayor. Yes, of course, there are posts that are advertised. I just want to make the Honorable aware that those posts were advertised because the staff that were in both those offices have vacated the offices. There were contracts were aligned with the principal of both offices. When the principal of the office vacates the office, he vacates together with the staff. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Chair. Chair, I've just asked the MM to assist me in terms of maybe the barometer, so he assisted me. I think the one that we actually come up with, we have analyzed and understand that continuously, part of our challenges as the council is that a number of things have been, done in disregard of the law, to be honest. The provincial government has been there in terms of assisting us and guiding us on a number of issues. And some of things that actually, arises, they emanate from the fact that some of issues that happened, we were long in advance cautioned of. Now, in terms of changing the municipality from the current situation where it is, that municipality is very manageable. It forms of 3 towns, it's 7 wards, it's very manageable. It needs political will, I must say. Number 2, it needs administrative will. We have recently been able to analyze beyond as to what has actually led to issue of low revenue collection. Number 1 is our billing system. It's very simple. The issue of the staff also contributes to that, to say we need staff that has capacity. The MM indicated that in most of the posts, it's actings and actings in those posts. So basically, it's the question that might arise is that do we close the municipality? No. Does the municipality has the potential to rise? Yes. Hence, I've indicated from the beginning that the only deterioration started at 2020, in terms 2022-2023 financial year. But that municipality has the potential to rise. And currently, we are still even servicing our communities with all those challenges there. Thank you very much. I just hope maybe I've tried to come to the issue of barometer.
Thank you. The Executive Mayor, Honorable Spies.
Thank you very much. Chair, It's one thing to face financial constraints and not have sufficient money, but it's an entirely different and far more critical issue when your council structures are not functional and that there are no clear time frames, there are no clear turnaround times. For instance, I've read that ward committees is not functional, it's not meeting, which means ward councillors are not doing their work, which means the speaker, that's the custodian of council, is not doing his or her work. There's a lot said about remedial action, and it states that you're looking at revenue enhancement strategies, and I knew the new buzzword is just smart meters to enhance revenue. The financial recovery plan, what is the time frame around that? The cost containment policy that is mentioned. These things are mentioned, but attached to it, when you look at it, there are no time frames attached to that, which means we will leave here and we will still have no idea, will it happen in a month, in a week, or two. Then I want to ask, do you owe the Auditor General any audit fees, outstanding audit fees? If so, what is that amount? And then, Mayor, if you can enlighten us, there is a particular court order in which you as the current Mayor are the first respondent. If you can just maybe give a bit of detail for us on that, please.
As you wrap up, Honourable Member.
There. I'm done. Thank you.
The Executive Mayor.
No, thank you, Honourable Member. On financial recovery, I wanted to respond earlier. Yes, Bohokari Municipality does not have a financial recovery plan. However, we have a revenue enhancement strategy together with the budget funding plan. Now, these two documents then assist us we use them as a baseline to arrive at a financial recovery plan for the municipality. And then, of course, we enjoy the support of Provincial Treasury and Cogta, which we will then request them to assist us to put together a very credible financial recovery plan for implementation. And as for the Auditor General fees, yes, it's now sitting at 12.1 million that we owe to the Auditor General. We have paid, last week, we've paid 2 million towards the audit fees. We've entered into the ring-fencing agreement with the AG, which we intend to really honor going forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable. In terms of the ward committees and ward councillors, there's a schedule, that is the schedule of meeting that is being adopted by council with regarding the sitting of the meetings. And in terms of responsibility of the speaker, as we speak currently, in my office, all the litigations towards the municipality are on my table. I'm studying them, and I would like to make a request and appeal to the committee sitting here today to be assisted or to be provided with support of the legal guru, because there are many wrong resolutions that were taken by council that one has to rectify, or the council currently has to rectify, and work towards those litigations. And we cannot address the litigations without the assistance or the knowledge of the law guru. We therefore request to be assisted or given the support of the law guru to address those litigations towards the municipality. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honourable Member. In line with the issue of the court order, yes, I'm aware of the court order, where I was actually cited as a first respondent. It's actually in line with the issue of residential sites in the ward that I'm actually residing in.
Thank you. Honorable Member, can we please allow the Executive Mayor to respond? You are protected, Executive Mayor. Are you done?
Yes, Honorable Chair. I think the Honorable Member asked if I'm aware, so I'm saying yes, I'm aware of such.
Thank you, Honorable Members. Thank you, Executive Mayor. Honorable Mwali.
Thank you so much.
Mwali.
Thank you so much. From the presentation and from the response, the Speaker said you have impact and the Audit Committee and the Disciplinary Board in place, not functional. Because you've just last week set them up, right? So they are in place, they are not functional because they haven't produced anything. Or do you have anything that they've produced since they have been established? I heard that you said that you've trained them. And number two, Mayor, do we agree that the sole mandate of the municipality is to provide service, not to pay salaries? Right. So, from your presentation, I picked up that you are prioritizing and even mentioning that for the past 2 months you've been paying salaries. You only touched on the issue of service when the questions were arising, of which the sole mandate of the municipality is to provide service, not to pay salaries. Therefore, I'm worried from this document that you gave us. We've got disclaimers because of the background you gave us. But I was expecting that you are going to give us a plan on how to remove all of those, to change the whole thing. What is your plan? Because you are mentioning that you've just joined, you've assumed office on the 26th of last month, I assume. And you got things like how they are looking now. I was expecting a solid plan on how we are going to recover from this picture, because we can expect another disclaimer from what you've just explained now. If you are using grants to fund operations, if we are using if from your employees some decide to resign today, would you be able to pay them their retirement monies in the current state the municipality is looking? Thank you.
Thank you. The Honorable Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor and Honorable Member. I would love to answer this one of MPEC. I've said, Honorable Member, the MPEC, the Risk Committee and Disciplinary Board have been resuscitated. Those committees were established in October 2021, but when one ascends the office, those committees were ascended, and with the assistance received from Treasury, they were all trained. And there's also, maybe the one thing that I didn't mention was that there's a time frame put that those committees need to work and provide evidence of the work that has been done. The time frame given there is the 20th of August 2025. Thank you very much.
No, thanks, Chair. The plan to change the disclaimer, yes, is there, Honourable Member. Let me indicate that on my arrival, our system financial system was actually off. CFO, it was off, and then the payment were actually done outside the system. We paid the financial system, and then it is open as we speak. It's one of things that we are putting in place to ensure that we try to change the situation. Number two, we are preoccupied with the revenue enhancement strategies to implement them, not to put them in paper, nice as they. Let me indicate, Honourable Member. Part of is that on the issue, let me speak of electricity. What we did audit. What ESCOM actually bills us versus what we collect. And we found serious, differences there. We started to embark on the audit of our meters. One certain experience is that most of our electricity is bypassed in the urban areas, I must indicate. And we find that, let me make a typical example of one household, that the owner is in England. The house, it's contractors who are renting who are staying there. They have bypassed our actual electricity so that they can consume. Part of is that our swimming pools also there. Where they have swimming pools, they have bypassed the electricity in actual the urbans. So it's one of the things that we've been engaging around on those matters. Part of, we have taken the issues of the rate and taxes to public consultation to our committee members. Some, they are still querying them, and we have engaged them directly to say, what are issues so that we find one another in terms of addressing them. I've indicated on the issue of our billing system to say we serve our communities with the bills that are very questionable, honestly, even from my side, to say you are paying, your debt is going up, is not actually being reduced. Then we need to deal with that. And that's where we are actually preoccupied in terms of turning around and moving away with the spending of the conditional grants money for its intended purposes. Part of our MIG is that, as I conclude, part of our MIG is actually regazetted in the district. We have just recently re-signed our MOU with them to say the money stays there. We only give the district the certificates after they've been approved, and then they release only that portion of money that is actually claimed by said service provider to our account, and then immediately we pay. So we have good relations also with the district in line with that. It also assists us. But where we need to go deeper is to ensure that revenue enhancement with all the systems that are actually in place. Thank you very much, Honorable Member.
Thank you. Before I give to the Chair, we must also recap that as the municipality was presenting, what we've highlighted as a problem is that their salary bill is from 60%, which is very high. Their collection rate is very low. And there is also an issue of the court order where the Honorable Member asked about it, but they need to go into details of the court order. And then lastly is on the questions. When they were presenting, they did not extensively answered those questions. So if, as and when they wrap up, they can just take us along on those matters. So I will now give.
Oh, no, thanks, Chair. I thought it's bad that Scopa. But I think you have serious problems in your municipalities. No, I think now I know it. Before even the presentation come, I know the collection rate will be low. Grants will be used to pay for salaries. The payments of workers will not be payment. Pension funds won't be paid over. I think by now I know. But my worry here, I understand that the leadership just entered. My question again, I asked even those that were before you. Do you have a turnaround strategy? Have you developed any implementation plan? We know that next year we are going to elections, but what will be the base, even those that will come in, that will implement from there to ensure that this municipality recover? Secondly, these employees, when they retire, actually my biggest worry with what I'm hearing here today is about workers. When these workers retire, do you take in account the time value of their pension fund that you did not pay to pension fund you kept with you, that's losing value, and the interest that they would have earned when the pension fund would have invested their money? Do you take it into account when you negotiate this resignation? Can you just give us, what is your model of saying that you are resigning, you are owing so much of pension fund on your pension? How do you determine how much you must pay to that person? Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member. In terms of I'll go straight to the issue of the pension fund. We have made the payment arrangement with the pension fund because of this legacy debt of 140 million. We have started paying them last week. We have engaged and agreed with them that as soon as any member resigns, they must calculate the benefit of the member and the money that he has contributed for the previous years that he has been working or she has been working in the municipality. We said all the time we'll be paying the current account and the area account on pension funds, so that we don't find people resigning and then not getting their benefit after resigning. Thank you.
Okay, are we done with the questions? No, because once we're gone, we're gone. We're not coming back. They've had more than enough time. Thank you very much. Province, let's deal with the province. We'll start here, 1, 2, 3. Let's keep it to 3 and close. Okay. Now I won't listen to her, but I will not open the opportunity again. Please proceed.
Thank you, Chairperson. It's a general theme in the Free State, and it's an issue with the reporting on MFMAs, is that the people who are supposed to be held accountable are not held accountable. So we're sitting with a new team, it's an acting, etc., and many times we sit with these people and they just say, well, we'll be different. And the people who should be held accountable, we don't have access to them. Let me give an example. We've just heard that there is that the matter of the Paisley Dam has been referred to the SIU. I was just wondering if the political parties and the Auditor General did not identify this, whether the municipality would have picked up on this. Where are the control measures to ensure that that the contracts that are being paid for actually bring value for money? But on that note, when we speak about the Paisley Dam, there is this issue with the project manager in Moakare, who was suspended, I think, after the Auditor General report was suspended, and then 4 months later, now recently, he's been reappointed, which is kind of strange. How did this happen? And I think, Mayor, you also said to the media this is strange. So can we get an update on that? Is that being investigated? Who reappointed this project manager? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. I'm really requesting that we must try and shorten the questions, because we drag a lot of time with the questions, and now we're going to have a bit of a problem dealing with the next lot. Please proceed.
Thank you, Chair, very much, Chair. If I heard it correctly, the Mayor acknowledged that there's an issue with the billing system of Moakare. What's the plan to turn around the billing crisis in Moakare? As I understand it, earlier this year, Cogta awarded 3.8 million via Griep District to Moakare to sort out the billing. Well, it was for municipal financial performance. What's the turnaround plan for financial planning, the billing crisis and so forth, if there is one? And then just for the committee perhaps to take note is that currently there is an indoor sports centre being built in Smithfield to the tune of close to 57 million rand. I think it's by Department Sports, Arts and Culture. I'm not sure if it's being funded from national or the province. But my concern is once assets like these of close to 60 million is then handed over on completion to a municipality like Moakare that's in dire financial strains, will they be able to actually maintain such an asset of the tune of 56 million rand? Thank you, Chair.
Last question.
Thank you, Chair. Of the 3 towns that in Moakare where prepaid meters were prioritized, they were installed in Remedial and in Zastron, but not in Smithfield. The ones in Smithfield were returned, taken back by the supplier due to non-payment. It's been prioritized, but how can it be prioritized if implementation is lacking? Then does Eskom and the water boards, and do you have bulk meters for Eskom and for the water boards so that you know how much money you've been, how much power and stuff you're relating to? And then lastly speaking, Mr. Mayor, there was a court order that was raised earlier. There's a cost order against you to pay the costs Will you be paying the money back, and when? And sorry, there is another one. The reports indicate that the MCAT members are trained and meetings are scheduled, yet the meetings rarely have quorum. How is this problem going to be navigated to keep officials accountable? Thank you.
Let's get the responses.
Thanks, Chairperson. I'll start with the one of the project manager for PMU, whom when I arrived in June, and other officials, there were about 9 officials who were suspended. AG have made a finding on the issue of the 27 kilometer, of which AG they've requested the management to investigate the matter and provide a report. But immediately after AG, they've submitted that one official out of all the scheme was suspended without being charged. The matter even went to CCMA. He have got the certificate that he was suspended irregularly. He should be coming back to work, that the municipality must pay for the damages and the cost, of which I did send the legal team to CCMA to say, this was done vengefully by someone who acted for that period, to an extent that the municipality cannot afford to be litigated unnecessary, rather take the money of the legal issues to service delivery. Thank you, Chair.
Yes, proceed.
No, thank you, ma'am. On the issue of accounts, we are aware of those issues where the customer would come and raise an issue of an incorrect billing or incorrect account. But what we've done is that we've issued a public notice talking to our communities on 3 issues. One is encouraging them to pay for their services. Number 2 is that in an instance where they do not have money to pay or they cannot afford, they should come forward and register for indigent subsidy. And the third one is to also encourage them to come to the municipality to be assisted with their accounts. And that is happening on a daily basis, where a customer would come in with a specific issue on their account because it's different reasons that they are bringing, and then we are able to assist them at our offices. We had issues with our billing system, but when we investigated, we realized that it's a back office kind of an issue. You know, the tariff parameters and all those issues. But the service provider has since corrected the mistakes there. Hence, we are able to assist our customers. Thanks.
Thanks, Chair. On the issue of the sports facility that is being built in Smithfield, Honourable Member, there's actually a plan that we are going to be involved into, because we have noticed that most of our sports facilities, they are getting demolished when they are underutilized and stuff in the municipalities. Not only that one, at least that one is still at the construction level. On the issue of the prepaid meters, yes, indeed, Honourable Member, the contractor was owed an amount of 2 million in line with that prepaid smart meters, actually, that were to be installed and prioritized. We are also going to ensure that we bring the project back, and then, because it's going to assist us in terms of also controls going forward on how our water usage is actually done. We are not paying any water board. We are actually purifying our own water internally as the municipality. We do have capacity, so we don't owe any water board in line with that. On the issue of ESCOM, our electricity, we only have the contract on month-to-month basis with the vending. vending, but the maintenance and everything, we are doing it internally, and we are doing it very well. I must say, since we do it internally without outsourcing that service of maintenance. Thank you very much, Honourable Member.
Sorry, Mr. Chair, he didn't answer my question about is he going to pay back the costs?
Oh, thank you very much on that one. Honourable Chair, yes, in any matter that bears the mayor to pay, the mayor will pay. But I must indicate, it's very interesting that court order. It actually says the municipality must do by the right and actually give the people land who are prepared to build on their own. It should be, there's actually 5 things that we are ordered to do in that court order. So the mayor will have to pay ultimately on the issue of the cost. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. We should then bring the discussion to a conclusion. Thanks for all your contribution. We remain concerned about the state of the municipality. I think similar to the previous ones, the real issue is the challenge that is faced by the municipality in terms of its sustainability. Starting from the issue of the revenue base, whether you have or don't have the financial recovery plan, the issue is the revenue base as a starting point, and the issues therefore about the level to which you are dependent on the grants. It's an issue that I think we have to bring back for the provincial and national government to look at. I think most of the municipalities under Harip have got the same problem. Very rural, very poor, that's one problem. And of course, its knock-on effect on the issues of service delivery in the community and their inability to attract the right professionals to do the work. It's the other problem. But I think we also note the fact that there's been a lot of community distress, protests coming out in the area, creating also this kind of instability. Politically and administrative instability has been one of the issues, and what we hope you will be able to do is to bring a bit more calmness at that level, because no municipality can operate under such circumstances. Beyond that, our major concern becomes the huge debts that this municipality is going through. ESCOM debt and also the debts relating to the third party payments, pension payment, which is a huge challenge. The issue of your financial management is another bigger problem. Your wage bill is huge, and I think we have to look at the staffing. You should be able to do a proper skills audit to see what kind of staff you need and what you don't, and look at how that can be rationalized. For us, we think that it's a kind of self-inflicted injury that can be managed. Then, of course, the rest of the other issues relate to the internal systems around auditing. Your internal audit system, your audit committees, the functionality of your MPEC, the AG has raised the concern about you have never given a reason why your MPEC is not being functional, despite it's being given training, investigations are also not conducted for unauthorized irregular expenses, and the risk committee meeting, but once in a while, once in a year, which again is not within the expected norm. Also other issues that relate to all the turmoil within the senior management, which has really given us the kind of outcomes that we have had. these issues for us are the main matters of concern. The members have been raising the question about whether such municipalities should in fact exist. I think that's not what you can answer. You have been born into that situation, so there's an issue that we need to pick up at a much higher level, excuse me, as a real challenge that we have to kind of deal with. Your management of your conditional grants is another big problem, which is why we think that the provincial government has to be very close to you. We will share these comments coming from the Auditor General, because we believe that a lot of this needs not only just to be corrected, but we also need it to be monitored, and we will be getting the first report in 3 months from now, and so it must show a difference. Certainly, the Auditor General must find different outcomes when they come in next. It is also quite a lot of concern that you owe the Auditor General so much as well. So we hope that these are issues that you will be able to address. With that, at this point, let me then say thank you. We will expect you to continue to do this work, and then, of course, report appropriately to the provincial government. The MEC is now understanding instruction to give us all these reports, and all these members here will deliberate over these reports at the provincial level, at the national level, and as you can see, you are dealing with not one committee, you are dealing with several committees that have all to apply their minds in terms of the progress that we are seeing in the work that you do. So thank you very much for that. Let me then say you are at this point released, and have a lovely evening, or whatever remains of it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chair.
Can I just address the members in this house? Members in this house, I'm not sure who's your whip this side. I see the empty benches are increasing. Somebody should appoint themselves as a whip to deal with the empty benches, because we need solidarity at this point. Honorable members, we have a challenge. We have asked these municipalities to be here with us, and it will be fair to work with them until we finish, because it won't cause problem in the morning. We've got two options. The one option is that we continue at the rate which we are, knowing that the members have got all the rights to ask the questions and repeat the questions and demand their answers. And in which case we go on until 9:30, we break for 30 minutes, have dinner, come back, and take it to conclusion. That's one option. The other option is that the chairperson allocates the time and allocates the speakers and cut them at the time when they need to be cut, and shorten the whole process, which may not be satisfactory, but then the members will have to give me their own views of how they would like us to deal with it. Knowing members of parliament, I won't open this up for discussion. You can send us messages on the WhatsApp. Let's ask the next team to come in. There will not be a break. There will not be a break. Members of parliament, it's difficult to manage one party when there are many, even worse. So I won't even try it. So, honorable members, you know you've got the two options. We are going to proceed. We're now coming to Lijwele Putswa, and that's a district. And after that, we have got Inala, Masilonyana, Tuhuluho, Zulupili, Machabeng, and who? That's it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, we've got 6 municipalities within the time available to us, and also knowing that members of parliament are full-time members, so they don't mind. They're basically on contract, a 24-hour contract, so at any one time they're still on duty. So we will proceed. Please introduce your team, and then go ahead. You've got the first 10 minutes, and the rest will be questions. Thank you. Please proceed.
Thank you very much, Chair. Good evening to the Chair and all protocol observed. I'm Veronica Ntakumbana, the Executive Mayor of Lizwe District Municipality. I'm with the Municipal Manager, Ndate Maheta. I'm also with the Speaker of the District, Ndate Jarans Dikane. I'm also with the CFO, Ndate Kelvin Khwabane. Thank you very much, Chair. The district municipality is a district with unqualified audit opinion in the, with matters of emphasis. We have been trying to be assisted by the Auditor General on the matters of emphasis starting from the first week of June, where part of the matters that they were assisting us with was the issue of MPEG.
I'm sorry, can I just disturb you for a while? Honourable members, I'm sorry, I have now been updated with information. We will not be able to order supper here. So please order in your own hotels and try and make arrangements for dinner. We will move from now to finish, and then we'll have dinner waiting for you in your hotels. Please, let's take that as the approach, and then let's proceed. Honourable Mayor, please go on with your report.
Thank you very much, Chair. We have been assisted by Auditor General on the matters of emphasis. They came to our shores to come and assist us on the matters that we've been sitting with as on unqualified. We also a municipality that only depended on the grant. 98% of us, of our budget is on the grant. We also had a problem when we were dealing with the matters that of the previous years with MPEG. We've got an MPEG that was established, but the problem that Auditor General put on us was when the MPEG did not submit the report to council before the end of the financial year, where we had a backlog that in 2 years we had to deal with that matter, and that all those investigations were done by MPEG. So we're taken to council and they were deferred to the Financial Disciplinary Board. We have got a Functional Disciplinary Board, which we had in before that started, and we had the new one that has been established because that term of that one ended. We had an audit committee, but our audit committee at some stage we had to dissolve in December due to the non-functionality of it. We have got a new audit committee. On the issues that were raised by the committee, I will allow the municipal manager to deal with them. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Good evening, all protocol observed. Can I zoom into the issues that were raised by the Auditor General? One of the issues that was raised by the Auditor General dealt with budget spending not aligned to key performance areas. Now, in as far as this query was concerned, the quarterly performance reports did not have a column that was speaking to the budget as it was incurred by the municipality. In terms of two identified areas where that comprised of 81%, it's on the two identified areas as we have it there. But we are saying that in this financial year, performance reports are now aligned with expenditure reports. Irregular expenditure, most of it came from appointment of panels and extension of contracts that were irregular. We reflect on triple PFA. We were also flagged on extension of contracts that were extended on a month-to-month basis without following the SCM processes. Now, in as far as this one, which was a thorny issue on contract extension, all those contracts, almost all of them, in 98% of those contracts that were on a month-to-month basis, have been procured and appointments completed. In terms of other measures that we have employed, contract management register has been compiled to ensure compliance with conditions and timelines is being monitored on a monthly basis by the director of the end user department, legal manager, and SCM manager. In terms of consequence management, we have referred these matters to MPEC. Investigations were done. Some matters were referred to the Financial Disciplinary Board, and others were regarded as irrecoverable. MPEC presented all the reports to Council for condonment. On internal processes followed, officials were faced with consequence management as outlined. The other one dealt with non-implementation of the post-audit action plan. In as far as this audit finding was concerned, the institution developed and monitored the post-audit action plan on the financial management capacity maturity model. That is a system that is monitored live by both the provincial and national treasury. Checklists were also developed and monthly reviews were conducted throughout the period in ensuring non-repetition of previous findings and prevention of emerging risks. Part of the things that we're dealing with as a municipality, management has come with a solution in that on monthly basis, when management sits, monthly progress reviews are held to track progress. UIF expenditure is a standing item on the management meetings. We are aware that in some instances there were some of the departments that let us down, but the consequence management became the order of the day in such identified areas. Non-compliance with Section 75 of the MFMA. Different contracts were entered into with different respective service providers. When joy was not received from these service providers, their contracts were terminated. Currently, this area has been sorted out as 100% of the website development has been completed and our website is live. But we had to take action against the responsible official. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Are we done?
Yes, we are.
Thank you very much. Let's take the questions. My comments are not meant to be a banning order. So please, I would like to see enthusiasm and a lot of inspiration. No, we're not going to do that. You're going to process until we finish. Van Sale, you first, and then Mkalipi, you are next. Matiwani, you are next. Ngapa. All right, that's fine. Let's proceed.
Thank you, Chair. We're doing extrapolation, as the Honourable Director said. So I wanted just to find out, are you responsible for any collectible services as a district municipality? So can you bill for anything, or are you grant dependent? I might have missed that. That's the first thing. And then what percentage do you spend on salaries every month? And then obviously dependent on if you can bill for anything, what is your collection rate? I don't know if you're a water service provider. Thank you.
Response, please.
Okay. Maybe I'll start first and the CFO will come. Unfortunately, we are not, but we are still pursuing our powers and functions. But part of the things that we are dealing with in terms of revenue collection is based on municipal health services, wherein we are now in the process of receiving bylaws that have been gazetted to the province, Cogta, and we are expecting that once that has been done, we'll be in a position to go to those spaza shops and other establishments.
Wait. That's future.
Oh.
The question is, are you?
Yes, we are hamstrung. We can't do that without our powers and functions. Thank you.
Let's be direct on the question. Are you collecting anything that you bill for?
Oh, no. Oh, no.
That really was the answer. Okay. Honorable Mkalipi? Sorry? Oh, yes, no, the salary bill, yeah.
No, thank you, Chairperson. Our salary bill is way over 95%.
How much do you collect and how much do you pay out to the salaries?
As indicated, Chairperson, we are 98% dependent on grants. What we normally then do as additional revenue, as and when we receive equitable share, we then invest the money. So we then try then to generate revenue by any interest from the investment.
So how much is invested just now?
Come again?
How much is invested right now?
Currently, we have 45 million that is invested.
And how much does it give you back?
Well, depending on the periods, because remember, this is what we are dependent on. So at times, we'll invest for 3 months. At other times, we'll invest for 6 months. So it will vary.
So how much does 45 million give you? Just give us an example.
Well, the current interest rate is at 8.7%, Chairperson.
I'm sure, CFO, you can calculate that and give me the figure. I don't have to calculate it myself. Look, the next question really is, how much do you pay out in your salaries?
Our monthly bill for salaries is plus minus 14 million. Yes, Chairperson.
Okay. All right. Van Zyl?
Thank you, Chairperson. Just to note, and district municipalities is another layer of paying salaries. That's what district municipalities is. Thank you.
Mkalipi?
Thank you, Chair. It's just to make a follow-up on the question, how many employees that needs so much? That's one. So, according to the AG, we are not doing very bad. MM and Mayor. So I was listening to you when you were also justifying the budget spending that is not aligned to key performance areas. And then you were saying MM is because we didn't fill the column from the AG's report. So TNAT was sitting here. We're interested on service delivery. Please cover that. The last point, Chair, that I want to make, as much as your books looks good, we encourage that, but you are also an umbrella to other municipalities. We are presiding over the local municipalities. So what is your role to help them before the province intervene? The last one, can you share with us about the municipality and investment that you had for the past 10 years? When you were using that investment, it didn't even take a year for you to popula it. What happened now? Thank you, Chair.
Please respond.
No, thank you very much. In terms of service delivery to local municipalities, we are assisting local municipalities with different programs. We have Letsema, we have municipal support, where in municipalities that are having problems, they do make requests to us and we assist them, especially with fleet, yellow fleet, and other measures of assisting municipalities are done in the form of assistance in different types of forums or fora, wherein our different IGRs are assisting different respective personnel. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chair. We have got 127 employees as a district municipality. Another assistance that we do normally when we have got a request from other local municipalities, we also send personnel in that local municipality. On the money that we used to have in the municipality before, we once said 120 million rand, and later on we had 90 million rand, and later we had 60 million rand. That's why we're sitting at 45 at the moment. Thank you very much, Chair.
So if you didn't save, if you didn't put money for investment, where do you get money for salaries?
Chair, we get money from salary on the equitable share that comes to us. As I said, we're depending on the grant, and that's the money that we also invest.
You just got me off balance completely now. The question I'm trying to get from you, so equitable share, how much of the equitable share is specific for salaries?
Chairperson, maybe just to give figures, in the current financial year that has just started, we budgeted an amount of 141 million for salaries, 12 million for remuneration of councillors, and we're receiving an equitable share of 156 million. I think we did indicate that we are paying way over.
Just say that slowly.
Apologies, Chair. I was saying that we're receiving, or will be receiving, an amount of 156 million.
156.
156.
That's the total equitable share.
Correct, Chair.
Budgets for salaries?
And then employees' salaries amounts to 141 million.
141.
Correct, Chair.
And then 12 million goes to
councillors' remunerations will amount to 12 million.
And what would you say is the services that you have rendered for 160 million? 155 million, because it's already overshooting?
Chairperson, it is overshooting. I think maybe to come to the question of the investment amount that we once had, to cover those services, we've been using that investment to do...
No, that's not the question. The question is, you have now paid yourselves and councillors and everyone 155 million. You received 150 million. And I'm asking you, you get paid to do what? Now, government is giving you 150. 141 million plus 12 million is almost 155 million. 153, okay, to be exact. 153. So you're already short by 3 million. Leave that fact. Let's just deal with the fact that now you've got the money. Then, what do you do with it? What do you do then to get paid? What is it that you're doing to get paid?
Chairperson, there are services that the municipality is doing, and to cover those services, we use investment.
No. There are these services. 1, 2, 3, 4. No. You are all going to answer this question, so don't worry. If you don't answer now, you're going to answer later. What do you do that you are paying yourself for? Because the next question is, do you really need 140 of you, to 125 of you to do it, whether in fact this money could have just gone to 2 people and the rest went to services? I'm asking you, what do you then do once you've been paid? Sorry?
Chair, I said wait for the next month's salary. Yeah.
Okay, let's go to the municipal manager. We'll come to you, Mayor, afterwards. Municipal Manager, you've now received 153 million rand throughout the whole year. What were you paid for?
There is an important question that was asked by the...
Look, Municipal Manager, listen. You see, all of these gentlemen and ladies here are politicians.
Okay.
They have the skill to tell you a lot without saying anything. Don't try that. Just enumerate. We do A, B, C, D, E. One.
There are two programs that I have highlighted. One is the Letsema project, wherein we are assisting the local municipalities with services. For an example, we've been assisting local municipalities that were shouting out to us for help in terms of cleaning programs, in terms of...
What's cleaning?
No, it's EPWP, and also we have fleet that we also assist them with, that we give to them as in when they are requesting it.
EPWP is within the 123 people that you have employed, or is separate?
No, it's separate.
Who?
It's separate.
So you could have, EPWP could have done the work without you because they are there.
Chairperson, but one must indicate that we are a special district municipality.
No.
We are special.
Look, no. You are special, you are everything. Describe yourself. I don't want the description. I want to know, what do you do? Don't describe yourself. You're beautiful, you're tall, you're handsome. Leave that. What do you do? Let's deal with that aspect.
That's one of the reasons why, Chairperson, we are crying out
for support. No. What do you do? Don't go around. Just tell us you do this, you do this, you do this. That's all I want.
It's difficult to explain without explaining how special we are. Yes, we are special. In a negative way.
All right, look.
Unlike
No.
districts.
Leave it. No. Then cut it off. Mayor.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. What we do as a district, we do have programs that we do as a district that we do in the local municipalities. So most of the time we go out.
No, just list them.
Chairperson?
Just list them. Don't explain, just list. We send them water to drink. We go and clean their homes. We don't, just list.
Chairperson, one of the issues that we do the food testing as a district, which is one of our core functions. We also do the water sampling. We also do moral regeneration, HIV and AIDS. Those are the programs that are in our IDP that we go and do in local municipalities that are around us.
Now, how do you fund them?
We do fund them in our IDP and in the KPAs that we have in the district.
No. You've already got 153 million. And you have made it all salaries. So where do you get the money to do a pamphlet for HIV? Leave the fact that there's a Department of Health that should actually be giving you the pamphlets. But let's just get an example. Where do you get that money?
On the reserve, Chairperson, that we used to have in the municipalities, I've indicated that we had the reserves that we've been getting an interest on. So we utilize those monies from the interest that we can do the other programs for the district.
Okay, let's talk about this HIV program. That program can be done by 5 people. Okay. The other one, what did you say was the other one?
Moral regenerations.
Moral regeneration. Moral regeneration can be done by non-NGOs without salary from you. Okay.
Yes, Chair.
Right. Continue. What else? I'm still trying to find something that, what are you paid for yourself?
We also send other employees of us to go and work in the local municipalities to give them some support, like what I've indicated, that at some stage in one of the municipalities where they have got some gaps, we go and assist as a municipality.
In other words, they have employed people, you go and on top of that. The local municipality has employed its own people, but you then go and put your own people because we've got nothing else to do.
We do second them, Chair, to those municipalities when they've got a crisis.
Fontaine?
Thank you, Chairperson. Just to put this in context, I'm going to help. The MM said we supply yellow fleet, right? We can help the locals with yellow fleet, but that 153 million rand for the locals could have bought 10 graders, 25 TLBs, 10 excavators, 10 front-end loaders, 10 rollers, and 5 water tankers. So we don't need the district to give them one every 6 weeks. It could have been bought to the municipality. So this is an extra layer of job creation that is not useful. There's grants for EPWP. There's grants from Traditional Affairs for Moral Regeneration. I was a district councillor myself. I know. It doesn't have to be there. There's a directorate. There's a top MM getting paid top notches because they are more than the local municipalities. So that is the problem. It's like this all over. Thank you.
Direko? Now you're inspired. Okay. Okay. All right.
A crisis because the core functions of the district municipalities are legislated. And in terms of the functions of district municipality, they are dealing with the issues of municipal health service, environmental health, capacity building, intergovernmental relations. They serve as a coordinating structure of all municipalities. So in the case of Lejolipuzo, what seems to be a problem is that we understand that there's these core functions, but we need to look at the value for money. Yes, we agree that it is the responsibility of the district municipalities to support the local municipality. But in terms of Lejolipuzo, we've got 5 local municipalities under the district. And these 5 local municipalities are falling under the distressed municipality, which means that there's a human resource but is not doing what is expected to do. Because if there was that proper coordination in terms of the staff establishment that they have, then we could have seen the result of the local municipality.
Kube?
No, thanks, Kawazela. I think me and you, we have the same understanding of usually what the district municipality usually does, which is usually water and so on and so on. So I'm a bit confused in terms of in this do local municipalities provide water themselves. What is the arrangement? Because if local municipalities provide water, it means then you don't need a district municipality.
Mweli? Yes, Mweli?
Thank you, Chairperson. I think what makes it very difficult to understand this, to comprehend this, Chair, is that you'd find that some district municipalities take certain functions. For instance, if local municipalities are providing water to the commuters or to the communities, then a district municipality probably will be saying we are providing or we are taking care of electricity. In that way, then the district municipality has a function in as far as it is supporting the local municipalities. But in this case, we can't pick up even one valuable item that is a sole mandate or a function of this district municipality. Instead, we are seeing collapsing local municipalities under a district municipality that is allocated or is getting over 150 million. But there's no value for money because we don't see any support or we don't see any performance from the local municipalities that fall under this district municipality. That's why the chairperson keeps on saying, what is the function of this district municipality? Because we don't see value from the local municipalities that fall under this district municipality.
Please.
You know, Chair, the first concern is that the colleague sitting there needs to be able to tell us if they understand what is the formula that you use for to consider when you consider the equitable share. The formula, National Treasury gives you guidelines in terms of your budget management and your prioritization. I mean, you need to look at factors like poverty, demographic, service backlogs, and to ensure municipalities, you know, can meet their obligations. The first thing, Chair, that I would expected the team to tell us, we employ so many environmental health practitioners. We want to know and hear that. And those environmental health practitioners employed by the district, they have a specific program. But then the rest of your programs that is outlined through the legislation, you could have listed with us and put a rand value to it, and it would have been over and done. But you could not even do that. And it's purely because I don't think that you adhere to the formula that is guiding how you get to use and prioritize your equitable share. And that is a crying shame.
What do you want?
Thank you, Chair. You know, the municipalities, I want to stress the fact that the municipalities' audit outcomes have remained stagnant for the past 5 years, with findings on supply chain management. That includes awards to other state officials, inadequate contract management, awards to family, partners or associates, uncompetitive and unfair procurement. So you get the sense why it is really a special municipality, a rewarding municipality at that, a special patronage zone or a gravy train, if you can call it that. Because it only exists to feed those who are close or who are close to power. Because that is what we are getting. Because the municipal manager cannot tell us what the municipality does. The mayor is also struggling to tell us what the municipality does. So it just exists for the mere fact of existing. It has no impact on the material conditions of the poor and the working class. It is just there to take money from the fiscus. That's all. Thank you. Thank you.
Province. You're now inspired. All right, we'll have the two hands. Let's start with you, Musobot.
Chair, to the CFO and the mayor, I think they would know. In 2022, could you give us a figure, and just plain figures, how much was invested by the municipality 2022? How much was invested in 2023? And I'm saying this because you just said that your investments this year are sitting at 45 million. Chair, I beg for indulgence from them now through you.
Work out those numbers. You're going to give them one by one. I'll allow more questions so that you'll be calculating.
There's a follow-up to those questions, Chair.
You want it now or later?
If they could indulge us now, Chair.
No, they won't give you. No, I want them to go check that whilst we're busy. Then we'll come back to them. Okay. It's fine. I'll give it to you.
Thank you, Chair.
Okay, Honourable Klute.
Thank you, Chair. Just to add another level of speciality, the Leslie Putswa Development Agency, how is that agency funded? What's its budget for the current year, and what's its purpose? What exactly is the LDA supposed to be doing? Thank you, Chair.
Can we have the last question?
Thank you, Chair. The question I've got is, do you have a functional organogram? Now, I've asked that question quite a bit tonight, but I want to explain what I mean by that. Because everyone's saying yes, But the question is, underneath the organogram must actually be a name of each position of an employee. And then add to that a job description. For example, municipal manager. And the job description can't be, we are a special municipality. It must actually say what his job is. And do they actually do those jobs? So that would, if you can explain what you're doing with 144 people and your actual organogram then makes sense of it, that would, if you go and look at that carefully, you would be able to cut your staff down to at least 1/3 of what you've got at the moment, because I can guarantee you half those people will be coming in and saying as well, we are a special municipality or we're a special department. And then what measures are in place to ensure the consequence management I've just spoken about, that decisions are handed out with written warnings, demotions, dismissals, and then consistently applied and not reversed. That would change the aspect of your district municipality inherently.
Let's get the answers, and then I'll get the figures at the end so that you can take the follow-up. Let's answer these other questions.
Okay. If I may start, thank you very much, Chairperson. I started by indicating that we are having environmental health services. So we have officials there who are doing the work in as far as environment management is concerned. We also have staff that is dealing with pollution and other related management-related issues. But the most important thing that I would like to highlight, because it was not special in a positive sense, but special in a negative sense. You find historically warm bodies that have been appointed. When powers devolved in 2007, in terms of appointment of EHS personnel that came from local municipalities, those powers were not backed by finance. And you had to raise money to make sure that they have cars to visit these spaza shops and also assist in different respective areas that are environment related. You, on daily basis, these people are supposed to go and visit these establishments and make sure that they meet out some compliance-related issues. That's the special that I was referring to. Other district municipalities, even though they are not water authority municipality, you have a district like Sidibeng. They are an agent of licensing. They get revenue from that. In 2005 and 2008 respectively, in the districts that are in the Free State, powers were devolved to the local municipalities. Those are the powers in terms of Section 84, subsection 1A, up to P. But if you look at those powers that were taken from the district municipality, with some of those powers, if this district was having those powers, for an example, market was devolved to Machabeng local municipality. And the district of Sidibeng is still having market. It's an agent in terms of Section 84, subsection 1, that is dealing with public transport regulation and licensing. They get revenue from that, but we don't get revenue as a district. Can I move to LTA? And hence we said we are asking, we cried out loud and say, can you please assist us to get those powers back? We have shouted at the National Cogta, Provincial Cogta, MDB, to get those powers back. Now, Yes, LDA is affected because we are affected in terms of funds. In terms of job description, job descriptions are there in terms of the prototype structure that has been highlighted. People of EHS are supposed to do what they are supposed to do. EMS what they are supposed to do. You have personnel, job descriptions are there. You have people who are supposed to do the work of firefighting, as his powers are falling under powers and functions of the district, but they have been devolved to the local municipalities. Those people are still in those offices, but they are not doing this work because their powers were devolved to the local municipalities. You have personnel that are in the office of LED, but they are not doing that work. They are only assisting with guidance in terms of SMMEs, tourism-related programs, because powers that they are supposed to implement, like your market, because it falls under that, they have been devolved to our local municipality.
So we call that supernumerary.
Sorry?
We call that supernumerary. You got more than you need.
True.
Okay. Hold it at that. Let's move to the other question. Are the questions done? Because I want us to go back to the question on the investment.
Chairperson, on the issue LDA, what are they doing as a municipality, in the municipality as part of our entity? I think what we have also done with the entity, we've been busy trying to get an ICT hub where we receive the money from DTIC, where we've been implementing that project through the assistance of the Machabeng local municipality, where we are planning that their offices are going to move from where they've been renting to go to that hub now, because it's almost 98% to be accomplished, and we've been giving them in tune of 6 million rand each and every year as a main shareholder of as a district municipality.
Let's talk about investment.
Thank you, Chair. Chairperson, maybe just to respond to the honourable member with regard to the investment. In the year 2022-23, we had an investment of 90 million. And then in the year 2023-24, an investment of 60 million. Now the challenge that we're facing is that with the basic services that we are providing versus the equitable share that we've been receiving, we're using then the investment money to cover those basic services. So investment account has been going down because when we then budget, we budget for a deficit. So to cover that deficit, we then use an investment account. So investment account has been going down.
What's the problem? What is the problem? Are you done? No. We're not doing a dialogue. Finish your answers. Are you done? When you are done, we'll move on.
So the honourable member did ask, how much are we investing? We're not necessarily investing because we have a surplus. We're investing to generate revenue as part of getting or earning the interest on the investment. As part of measures that we have undertaken to increase or to at least generate revenue. So we will not have at the end of a financial year a surplus that will then take and go and invest. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, now you can ask your question.
Okay, thank you, Chair. So in 2022, you had 120 million. In 2023, you had 90 million. 2024, you had 60 million. In 2025, you're saying at 45 million. Is that correct? So we're sitting at 45 million right now. So now, the question is, the money that keeps decreasing, could you repeat where you said it goes?
As we illustrated, Chairperson, we did indicate that with the equitable share that we are receiving, unfortunately, we have a huge salary bill that we have to pay. Now, with the investment money that we are having, the basic services that we are providing, the municipal support, the health and environmental support that we are providing, that money covers for those exercises that we are doing.
Okay, try and round it up.
Was the aim not to have that money invested for 10 years?
No, Chairperson.
Okay. Thank you, Chair.
You want to make a statement?
No, allow me to rest my case, Chair.
Direko?
It's enough said, Chair.
Chair, I believe that when there's an investment, there's a reason for that particular investment. When they came into the administration, the time that they were coming into the administration, they found that there was a lot of money. And within a short period of time, they managed to utilize large amount of money. Then the question is, what's the point of having the CFO and the accounting officer, whereas instead of assisting the municipality to have more money, then they are taking from that little that the municipality has? What is the role of the CFO in this regard? What are other sources of income for this municipality except the one from the equitable share?
Chairperson, I think the accounting officer did indicate that the municipality's powers and functions were devolved to the locals. So unfortunately, in the absence of those powers, it becomes then difficult for us to generate any form of revenue. Hence, I indicated that part of the reason why we invest in money is try then to generate a bit of revenue from the interest that we are in.
Yes, continue, sir.
No, thanks, Chair. I think other source of income is from the inspection of shops and factories from our areas. We are also, Chair, in the process of reapplying for being a water board, as is one of the main core functions of the district. And Chair, we acknowledge the historical challenge of a balloon organogram, which is a resulting to a high salary bill. And it is very difficult, Chair, to address that matter because it's going to cost the municipality deeply for those employees are going to sue the municipality if we dismiss them right now. Thank you very much, Chair.
You've just complicated it, eh? Okay, colleagues, I think let's stop this. I don't want to spend time going through what the Auditor General has said. Okay, when you're listening, we'll continue. I think your situation is a lot more serious than I think you are taking or you are understanding. As I'm looking at you, I don't think you got a sense of the kind of seriousness that this matter has, and the way you are dealing with it and the way you are responding to it. In the first instance, it's difficult to understand. Hi, Speaker Mkhulumi, open the mic, we want to hear, because then we have to wait until you finish. Put the mic on and... No, put on the mic and continue what you're saying.
I know, Chair, ebethinyani kunzima.
The problem is I'm addressing you and I see you are not concentrating. And that's a problem. Because actually the question that you answered, you are the least qualified to answer. And if the CFO can't answer that question, we can't trust your answer. And that's a big problem. If you are now trying to, because you can't politicize a financial accounting matter. Okay? And that's why I'm saying I don't think you're taking it seriously. Now, let's go back to the basics. we asked you the question, how much do you budget? How much do you receive? You gave us a figure of 150. And we asked you, what is the wage bill? You gave us a figure of 153 million. We asked you, what do you do for that money? Now, maybe if my question was complicated, the question that was asked to say, okay, what do all these people do in terms of your organogram and your job description? In not so many words, that says they're supernumeraries. That's what he says. Now, effectively what you're telling us, every year you budget 453 million and you top up with the savings for people who it is not clear what they should be doing. And you are doing so without any effort to go back to say, actually we are employed to do something, and where will we get the money for the services that were employed to render? Unless we re-look at our structure, reduce the numbers of people and keep some of the money for the services for the people. Expand the Public Work Program is funded from somewhere else. So you can't tell us about it. Now, and in a way, what the municipal manager is now saying is that all the people that you have on your wage bill are sitting there because they were employed, but the powers and the responsibility and the mandate for which they were employed has long devolved to someone else. They should have followed it. They didn't. And now the Speaker is complicating it, that you are doing it purposefully because you don't want to face the issue. Uthi Speaker, bazosibopha laba bantu. But they have not done so yet. How would you know they would do it? Why are you frightening everyone not to act when in fact it's your responsibility to be actually saying this thing doesn't balance? Why are you frightening everyone to act? Because once you say so, I then can't see how the mayor must be held accountable if the Speaker is not the first one to ask the question, Speaker, Mayor Yan Lemali. And if that is not the case, why would you get a municipal manager to actually feel even worried about the fact that they are spending money paying salaries of something that they cannot fund, the services that they cannot pay for because there's no more money? And the CFO counts it accurately every month, and he tells you how much you're going to get and how much he's going to save, how much he's going to raise some more. I'm saying it's a worst form of dereliction of duty as far as I'm concerned. Extreme. So I'm going to request MECs, and the Premier go into that municipality and do a proper audit. What do people there do for the salary that they are getting? 2, for what they are doing, how many have been paid for things that they are not doing? Because they don't have the money. And at the end, really, what number of people should be in this municipality so that there is enough left to go and do services? Because I can't see, maybe when you do that, you will give us a budget. When you send your budget to ask for the equitable share, because the 150 is going to salaries. So what else do you ask for, and where does that money, what that money is supposed to be doing? In other words, if they give you 150 and you're supposed to do A, B, C, and D, you should have actually figured out that in fact for 150 to do A, B, C, and D, we need to actually cut our clothes to suit our suit to suit our cloth, because then you should have reduced the number of people that you've got so that they can continue doing what this man is supposed to be doing. And now this man is coming. only to give salaries. And at the end, and I'm asking, what actually do you do? It's difficult for you to answer. It's difficult for you to answer. So I'm saying the matter is a lot more serious. And when I looked at the Auditor General, the Auditor General says, you started with the issue of the mismatch between the KPI and the expenditure. You do something and the money is gone, but the two don't match. Now, they say maybe Treasury needs to come into this thing because there's something that's difficult to understand. Why would money be spent and you can't explain where it's gone to? That's how I'm reading it. Then the next question is consequence management. You showed us a list, which I saw, of the actions that were taken. The only problem, there were no dates as to when that happened. Whether it was your term, it was before, it was when, it's difficult to tell. But then they say, AG says the municipality did not provide any root causes for the lack of investigations. And I wouldn't investigate here. If I was in it, I wouldn't. Because it should be clear that you will not be able to track money to any key performance indicator if there was no money left, because it all went to salaries. So how would you then find something to investigate there? Now, I might be reading it wrong, but in the absence of this kind of audit, it's going to be difficult for me to have a better explanation that's more credible. So, the municipality did not provide any root causes for the non-implementation of the action plan following the 2022-23 audit outcomes. Some of the procurement findings repeated 2022-23 to 23-24. So, I think the real problem here is we don't know what the 150 million pays salaries for, because you didn't explain, but we also can't understand it if there's no extra money that must actually go into the municipality, because then the rest is going to salaries. Where does it come from to do anything else? So that's the audit that we need to get. And I think it's a matter that we would need a physical meeting to discuss the specifics of what is it that is going on in the municipality. We've dragged this thing a lot more than I thought this was going to be. I actually initially thought we must just cut it, and there wasn't much. But the more you answer, the more you make us realize that the situation is a lot more serious than what we had thought. We're closing, Direko.
I'm feeling a bit uneasy because I'm from that municipality. So it's really, really frustrating because I was a councillor in that district, but in the local municipality. And I know that the responsibility of the district, they are dealing with the disaster management, is their core. They are dealing with issues of environmental health because all the district or local municipalities do not have that department. They are also coordinating the programs of the local economic development. That is why our development agency for all the 5 local municipalities is within the district. And their source of income, apart from the equitable share, is from the inspections of the shops in all the district, in all the municipalities. So which means that on top of the equitable share that they are getting, they are also getting their income from the inspection of all these retailers that are there. So that's where they get their money. It's just that I don't understand why are they unable to tell what they are doing, because it's what they are doing on daily basis, Chair. And what seems to be the problem in that particular district is the fact that they are supposed to be a water board as the district. That's how all the districts are in most provinces. But in Free State, those powers were taken away from them. That is why they just exist as the coordinating umbrella of the locals, and they are also supporting with the fleets where there are disaster and where there's a need. But their main core is that one of the water board, which was taken away from them long time ago. And as far as I know, there was a process in the NCOP where they were trying to apply for that particular license. So the process is within the NCOP as we speak now. So that's, I don't understand why maybe they are panicking in front of the parliament. Thank you, sir.
No, thank you very much. Well, maybe anyone might be panicking, but I don't see that municipal manager is panicking at all. But anyway, I think let's defer to this process. All the things that Medireko is raising, let them come out of this audit process, so we know exactly what we're dealing with. Then we can at least talk about it from that point of view. I don't think we can take it further, but in fact, it does need someone to do a proper analysis and give us, outside now, the members, but someone from outside, someone from province, get us a team that can go into this and come back and give us a report. I'm not even saying it needs to be getting private consultants. You can get people from Treasury, you can get people from Cogta nationally to come and do this work. It doesn't need to get someone from private. So that we don't have to deal with the question of where the cost of all of this. I think that someone must just go in there and come back with us, come back to us with an analysis of that. Let's leave it at that. Thank you very much. I'd like us to take thank you very much. We'll excuse you. I want to suggest you will leave when the whole team leaves, because we just want to be sure that there are no issues that are, going to be interacting between the two local municipalities. I think what we experienced on the previous one is that we might still ask you to come back and say, what we're hearing from here, can we balance it up? So if you can just wait a little bit until we can get the rest of the others. I hope we won't drag as long. Thank you very much. Let's take the next one. In my list, we've got Nala. Tim Nala, please come forward. Are you the only one? Sorry? Please proceed.
Thank you, Chair. We rise on the protocols already observed. My name is Amos Goliath. I'm the lead EXCO representative or administrator at the Nala local municipality from the 13th of May. With me, I have Mr. Mukotedi, who is the Director Technical Services at Nala. The Mayor of Nala has taken ill, and she has requested me to tender an apology on her behalf. She has sent me a sick note during the course of the day, and the municipality does not have a speaker at the moment. And this is why I am here with Mr. Mukotedi.
No, proceed. We understand.
I want to go directly to the issues raised by the Auditor General. The first one is dealing with the audit action plan, actions taken in terms of Section 131, 1 of the MFMA. The audit action plan of the municipality has been developed, but it is incomplete, and it is due to the instability that the municipality has been experiencing since August 2024. We have currently engaged the Provincial Treasury to assist us to finalize the audit action plan. As far as consequence management is concerned, there are no records found of any disciplinary action taken against senior managers. There is also not currently a financial disciplinary board in the municipality. We have it on our action plan to have it established by the 30th of September of this year. There is, however, a pending matter from the previous financial year, 2022-23, of a manager LED who has been suspended, and the matter has not been concluded due to litigation. As far as performance management is concerned, there are inconsistencies in reporting, and our action is that from the next quarter that we submit Section 52 reports to the Council, and that the Mayor engage in quarterly performance reviews with senior managers. There are critical vacancies in the municipality. The Director Corporate Services and the Director Community Services positions have been vacant for some time, and they will be prioritized through this intervention. Other critical positions that are vacant in the municipality is that of Manager Internal Audit, Manager PMU. There's nobody responsible for legal services in the municipality, and there's no dedicated person responsible for revenue management in the municipality. The next one is that was raised by the Auditor General, is more budget spent but fewer targets achieved. The explanation from the management is that, the Auditor General says the municipality achieves 46% of the targets relating to basic service delivery, but spent 100% of the budget. The management response is that the targets or indicators were incorrectly captured in the SDVIP of the municipality. The corrective action that we will undertake is that we will look at the capacity of the staff who are responsible for the SDVIP and to ensure that they capture it correctly. We have also written to MISA and DCOC to assist us with support to verify our capital assets, to just make sure that the explanation given by management is indeed correct, or whether there are indeed inconsistencies as far as budget achieved vis-a-vis what has been actually achieved with regards to the projects. The next one is annual reporting and non-compliance. The compliance reports of the municipality were not submitted in time due to the instability in the municipality. There was an attempt to do it on the 15th of April, but due to the instability, but unfortunately, the council meeting where they were approved was not properly constituted, and it will have to be resubmitted to council. The next one was the non-development of the staff establishment by the municipal manager. That process has commenced, but due to instability and disagreements between management and the unions, that process was kept on hold, and we have decided to engage Cogta and Salga to assist the municipality with that. As far as the non-investigation of unauthorized, irregular, fruitless, and wasteful expenditure, the impact of the municipality is non-functional. The chairperson resigned on the 6th of November 2024 after there was a dispute on the withdrawal of a MPEG report, and ever since then, MPEG has not met. The municipality does not have an audit committee since 2023, and our action is that we will take an item to council, and we hope that will be by the 30th of November 2025. We will have an audit committee, as I already stated. We will have to advertise the internal audit manager position so that we can have a permanent incumbent. The last one was unauthorized attempts to alter signatures linked to the municipality's bank account. We know that when the mayor, there was a motion of no confidence, when the mayor was suspended together with the MM and CFO, acting CFO and acting MM were appointed, and they attempted to change the signatories to the municipality's bank account. The mayor then subsequently wrote to the bank to freeze the account, and the account remained frozen for some time until we engaged from the province side to get the account unfrozen. Unfortunately, it took a bit longer, resulting in employees not getting their salaries in time for the month of May. As far as political stability is concerned in the municipality, the last ordinary council was held in October 2024. There were several special council meetings, but many of them were irregular because there were a phenomenon of dualism was created in the municipality, where there were 2 mayors and 2 speakers, 2 MMs and 2 CFOs. The mayor went to court for the court to set aside a suspension, but after an investigation by Cogta, we came to the conclusion that the motion of no confidence over the speaker was done in an irregular manner. We reinstated the speaker at the meeting held on the 20th of June, but that was preceded 3 days before that by a withdrawal of the speaker by his political party as a councillor. So there is now a vacancy as far as that is concerned. The speaker is litigating on the process. The same applies to the municipal manager and the CFO. They were suspended irregularly, and they have been communicating with us through their lawyers that their suspension is irregularly. We have looked at the reasons for the suspension. There was a letter from the Minister of Cogta to the MEC to conduct further investigations on new allegations made against them. We took the item to council on the 20th of June, and the council agreed that they should be placed on precautionary suspension so that the new allegations can be investigated. Unfortunately, the meetings to finalize the process did not correct on the 8th of June, and subsequently on the 22nd of June it did not correct again. And yesterday, in the meantime, the MM and the CFO approached the courts, and yesterday there was an interim relief that was given to them that the matter be postponed until the 9th of October, because they are questioning in their papers the legality of the terms of reference of the intervention and also the powers of the administrator. And this is why the MM and the CFO are not here. They, as much as they contest that the suspension was illegal, when that illegal suspension came to an end, they returned to work and claimed that they have served their suspension. The reason why we had to do it in a regular manner is to avoid a situation where we would have to pay liabilities to them for an irregular suspension. The municipality's budget is unfunded, and we have developed a funding plan, and the Treasury is currently assisting the municipality to look into that funding plan of the municipality. Revenue collection is at 45%. The financial recovery plan, we will approach the Provincial Treasury. As far as revenue collection is concerned, the Provincial Treasury has already assigned a team to the municipality, which includes one of the experts from Treasury, to assist the municipality to develop a revenue enhancement plan. The municipalities, there were irregularities in financial management. There was a payment made of 2.4 million into the bank account, or into a fraudulent bank account, which was purported to be made to the bank account of Bulls Rental Water. That was the reason why the municipal manager and the CFO were initially suspended. The municipality also incurred losses to the amount of 3.3 million rand on the purchase of 2 tipper trucks, which were delivered and then fetched the gain from the municipality's premises, and the municipality has not been able to recover its money. The criminal cases have been opened by the municipality. The municipality also have issues with its valuation role. The municipality owes Eskom 826 million. Its current account is average 2.7 million. The municipality owed Val Central 494 million. They wrote off 147 million on the 20th of June. So the municipality currently owes them 56 million. The average consumption is 7 million per month. Other creditors of the municipality, 17 million is owed to the systems provider of the financial system. The government garage is owed 17 million. The major cost drivers is employee cost at 37% of the budget, of the approved budget, and 41% of the revenue collected. Repairs and maintenance of infrastructure, especially electricity, repairs and maintenance of fleet and equipment, contracted services, that's for asset management, IT, financial services, water meter reading, Syntel for electricity vending, fuel and consumables, bulk electricity purchases, and bulk water purchases. Critical vacancies, I've already outlined them, and that is our submission, Chair. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Honourable members, I think you might probably want to ask questions for clarity, but I don't believe there's much substantive discussion we can have here. I was just going to make a conclusive comment about how we're going to take this matter forward. Honourable Fansey.
Thank you, Chairperson. I'm not surprised that no one is here because everyone is in court. Who fits this bill? I mean, is the municipality paying for all of these legal fights that's happening and ending up in court? Because it's very easy to go to the courts, but then the residents actually pay for that. Chairperson, I don't really see any leadership from this province, unfortunately, because these are existing problems and problems that's been there for many years. And there's no support and or intervention really that's tangible, and you can see it. MEC, you can speak, or Premier, you can speak to me afterwards. Then also you owe Val Central, and that's why you've got the equitable share withholding. Where are you on that? I've also asked, Chairperson, the Premier is really disturbing me by now. She keeps on talking.
Just hold on. Premier, are you disturbing her?
They can speak if they wanted to speak.
No, wait. No.
Thank you, Chairperson.
No, wait.
You owe the Val.
Just wait a bit. Let's not handle everything. You just complained about the Premier. I'm asking the Premier. So just wait a bit. No, you wait. Let me just first, I want to know if Premier, are you disturbing?
I did not, Chairperson. That's my problem.
That's fine. All right,
You're the one who's challenging the leadership.
that's fine. To switch off. Let's complete your submission.
The equitable share, did you comply with writing to the Minister, and has your equitable share been released in tranches? What is the situation on that? Then you did speak about the collection rates of 45%. I wanted to find out about the salary percentage again. What is that of your total budget? Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Just to respond to that, I'd like us to really round this up fairly quickly.
Thank you, Chair. There was a requirement that we enter into a payment agreement with Val Central before the equitable share could be dispatched. We have entered into a short-term agreement with Val Central because we did not want to enter into an agreement that we could not honor. So we have a 3-month payment agreement with Val Central, which the Treasury accepted, and they have already disbursed 9 million of our tranche, which we have paid to Val Central, and we're expecting them to pay the remainder of it because we have submitted proof of payment to disburse it this week. I said that the salary is 37% of the approved budget, but based on the collection rate, it's 41% of collection. Thank you.
Okay. Fagu, Samuel.
Chair, how do you reconcile the achievement of 46% of your targets with the 100% expenditure of your funds? Thanks, Chair.
Okay. I think the challenge you have there is that the explanation was that The administrator wasn't there. He got an explanation, but let's hear if he's going to respond. Honorable Kalipi.
No, thank you very much, Chair. I was looking forward for a way forward on this matter of Nala because the administrator can't have all answers. The matter of Nala is date back as from 2019. So I don't know if the MEC is going to speak now, but he must start in there. Because this issue of Nala is very old. Since 2019, Section 106 was never been implemented. So therefore, the community of Nala is up in arms. Every day they are on the street demanding that there must be a political intervention on this issue. So therefore, we'll love to hear from the MEC what is the way forward in order to have a way forward in that municipality. Thanks, Chair.
Okay, I want us to close this issue. One thing. Okay.
Yeah,
You will answer, Chief Whip, you will be answering when. I'll come to you.
Chair, ngiyacela mase when you're doing your closing remarks on this matter, and protect us, Chair, because we have a mandate to be here. So if we are making comments on what we are seeing here, that's the reason why we are here. So if while we are making those comments, Chair, and then the MEC is making interjections, that is not acceptable.
What did the MEC say? No. I haven't asked the MEC to speak. I'm asking you, what is your complaint?
The complaint, Chair, is honorable here beside me, was complaining about the lack of leadership in the province. And the MEC seems to have a lot to say about that when we're complaining about a lack of leadership in the province. And I too myself said this thing earlier, that there's a serious lack of leadership in the province. Now, if MEC has something to say, please, allow him to say it, Chair.
No, what did he say?
We can't hear him because he's interjecting and he's not on speaker.
Okay, look, let's just handle this thing this way. No, we're not going to go back to this issue. No, wait. No. Look, can we just be in order? No, but, look, Honorable Francine, how do you expect me that each one is going to be throwing issues and I can't even resolve any before anyone wants to come in? And if after you someone is going to do the same, how do we do that? How do we do that? You raised the issue about the Premier. And I asked the Premier directly. I said, stop talking, let me ask the Premier. And the Premier said she didn't say anything. You are fine. You want to talk about it later, let's leave it. I'm asking this to Honorable. I'm asking them, Honorable Mwal said they want to be protected. I said, who said what? I've not heard that. Now I'm asking Honorable Beck, what did the MEC say? He hasn't told me that. Now you want to come in. Now I'm asking, look, let's just be in order. If you are not happy with his facial expression and what have you, tell me that. Because I'm listening to you as you talk, but you are complaining about someone else. I haven't heard him speak. Now, if you have got a concern about someone is interjecting, okay, but I haven't heard it. So tell me what you're saying. Then you can deal with it. Because I'm still going to get back to this issue. Now, Honorable Mwale, were you wanting to say something else?
No, Chair. I couldn't get what he was saying when the honourable member was making comments on the entity in front of us. But he was interjecting, Chair. That's why the honourable member mistakenly said it's the Premier who's making interjections. That's why she wants to apologize to the Premier because it was not the Premier.
How do you know? Because she's so far.
Chair,
No.
Chair, I withdraw it, Chair.
Okay. No,
I withdraw it, Chair.
That's fine. You are unhappy about this interjection? Fine. I haven't heard him. That's why I'm asking you. That's okay. Now, let's close this issue. I said I want us to close the issue, and I'm getting disrupted on side issues. In the issue, if someone feels disturbed, let's raise a proper objection and deal with it. Okay, let's deal with it that way. Now, I still haven't gone back to the other people, but everyone is raising now. Must focus on only the people who are raising the complaint. I don't think it's correct. Now, let me give you the chance so that we can finish this side, and then I can come over this side.
Thank you. I want to apologize to the Premier. The noise was coming from that side. I've since been corrected because my focus was there, so I heard the interjections from that side. It's the MEC. It's not the Premier. I apologize, Premier.
But you didn't say the MEC? The people who heard the MEC are these who are complaining about the MEC. You say you have just been corrected. No. You see, someone who has complained about the MEC is Honorable Mwala. And he says he's heckling, but I say I didn't hear him. That's why I was asking. Now you say you have now been since corrected by them. Now you're pointing at... Yes?
If you wanted to dialogue, Chairperson, my focus was not to look who was interjecting. My focus was on the gentleman, to ask him the questions. I was looking at him, but I heard the noise.
You didn't see him, you heard the noise.
I heard it.
No, the people who are complaining who saw what's happening are these two. Yes, but then you can't come in. You can't come in and say the MEC because you didn't hear. If these two gentlemen saw the MEC speaking, that's them who are complaining, but you can't link you. No. You have raised the issue about the Premier. We've dealt with the issue of the Premier. I'm saying these two gentlemen are raising the issue about the MEC. But don't get involved because you didn't see the... MEC.
Chair, I'm equally surprised. She has not seen me. I've never said anything. I kept on consulting with the leadership of the province. Now, I'm sure, Chair, if somebody on the other side of the table can hear me, we are way closer than they are. You should have heard me, Chair. I think it's probably a mistaken response. Thank you very much.
Chief Whip.
Chairperson, I'm getting worried. You know, we started nicely from the morning. My worry is that we get sentiments that are really unbecoming to us. Because once you start with sweeping statements, that says that there's no leadership in the province. You see, Chairperson, when I'm talking and they're heckling.
Who's heckling?
This gentleman.
Which one?
This one who's looking down and writing. Yeah, with the black. So
that's Honorable Kupega.
Yes. Now this is the attitude that we are getting as people from this province. And once they come with sweeping statements and they do what they do, some of us get offended because the issue at hand is issues that we really have to deal with, and should not be in a way that they undermine our persons. Now, I would really appeal that as honorable members having to deal with the problems of institutions like municipalities, let us focus on that and hit the issues directly and not degenerate into things that really would offend people. That will be my appeal, Chairperson.
You know what? This is not an issue open for discussion. All right. I'll get you to talk, but let's close this because I don't want us to be distracted by. It's a real side issue. This. Let's deal with it, and then we'll come back. Because there's a much more serious issue on the table.
No, Chair, thanks for the opportunity. Mine is a question because my wish is that as you close this subject, as you initially promised, this question gets integrated into your summary. I'm moving from a premise that the fact that we're asking the administrator questions, it means province intervened. But what I want to understand from the administrator is that why is there no acting speaker? Unlike the MM and the CFO, and I think your briefing is quite spot on that about the issues relating to the two, but in relation to the political leadership, what was the process? What were the issues that the municipality currently does not have a deputy speaker? Thank you, Chair.
Let's get the response.
Thank you, Chair. The meeting to where the position of or the issue of dualism was clarified and resolved was on the 20th of June. And then in that meeting, there was also a resolution that we should give the MM and the CFO 7 days to make representations on why they should not be placed on precautionary suspension. So the 7 days, then 7 days later, actually, they delayed in their response with their representations.
You are aware we're asking about the speaker?
Yeah. I'm giving the sequence of events, Chair.
I don't want the sequence. I want just specific on this one.
So the subsequent meeting was then called on the 8th, Chair. Unfortunately, the standing rules and orders of the Nala Municipal Council says at a special council meeting, you can only deal with one item. Otherwise, we would have placed on that item of the 8th also the election of a speaker or acting speaker. But as the standing rules of that municipality currently states, you can only do one item per special council meeting. And that council meeting of the 8th did not form a quorum, so it collapsed. There has not been, then there was another attempt a week later to have the very same council meeting that collapsed the previous week, which also collapsed. So the next council meeting, special council meeting, would be the council meeting to elect an acting speaker or a permanent speaker for the municipal council.
Okay. All right. Can we close this issue? Okay. Now, in the first instance, this question and the question that were asked earlier were more about how things are happening. What we have is a very terrible state of affairs. In the course of all of this, a lot of breakdown has happened in the municipality. Now, we have listed a number of things that need to be done and corrected. I don't want to go through that list. But all the issues that need to be corrected are issues that have got specific target dates and timelines. So, what I would have liked is, I don't have this report here as we have put it, because a lot of those issues that we have tabulated, we need to know that they are actually going to be implemented and the exact dates on which they will be implemented. We've talked about MPEC, we've talked about the election of the speaker, we've talked about a whole series of issues in relation to the management of the municipality. So I would like you to be able to give us that report. We need all of those items tabulated and handed over for the MEC to give us a report on the progress on each and every one of them, so that we can see that there is movement at that level. But having said so, there is a big problem here. with the issue of the MM, the CFO all going to court, we need to ensure that there is stability quicker in this issue. So we need the province to get involved to deal with those issues so that we don't have a municipality that will have people in office but will still not be functioning. That's one big issue. But the underlying issue here is a political issue. Now, that issue, again, I would like that the MEC and the Premier must come in now to tell us what their role has been in getting this situation and what role they're going to be playing to make sure that there's stability and things move on. Because it means we must have a proper administration here. The issue of the CFO needs to be closed and finalized. The issue of the municipal manager needs to be closed and finalized. The issue of the dualism, whatever that might be, needs to be closed and finalized. If it means we have to get into the point where there's so much instability that this municipality is not able to sit and meet and actually elect a speaker, we need to ask the question as to whether haven't we come to the point where the municipality must be dissolved? These are the specifics now that we need to get from the provincial leadership to tell us what exactly they are going to be doing, and we need an answer on all of those issues. So when we come in tomorrow, the whole list of the issues of the to-dos, the to-do list, needs to come to us as already an issue that's coming from the provincial leadership. These things are going to be done on this date. Then we need a particular timeline indicated that if normality doesn't come back, what is the next step that they're going to be taking, so that we don't have a problem with regard to the turmoil persisting in the municipality. Let me hold it at that, and let's get it from the provincial leadership. What is it that you're going to be doing? And we need that list. That whole thing must be given to us tomorrow as tabulated. But we want to know what we have been doing on this in this regard.
Thank you very much, Chair, the rest of the committee. Like we indicated, Chair, the municipality started having problems late last year with the tabling of the 106 report. With all the political parties represented here being culprit to the situation in terms of how they sought to weaponize the report. And we have since been engaging with them to make sure that the report is tabled. This was followed by a number of community protests.
What's the weaponize? What does it mean?
The weaponizing, Chair, means when we present the 106 report, we present it, both the original file as well as the summary, and indicate that it is being handed to the authorities based on the nature of the report, so that alleged criminal activities could then be followed by the appropriate structures that have got the required capacity. Councillors there, Chair, wanted to play the role of the jury and executor at the same time, where they sit and put each other on trial about what is contained in the report. And we had to indicate to them that the entire council is conflicted. It cannot preside over that type of a report where they've got to put one another on trial. It took us both formal and informal engagements with the council, which eventually we agreed on how the report will then be retabled before that particular council. Part of what troubled the situation is the fact that there were a number of challenges, community protests, demands, labor unrest. At the heart of the community protests were also allegations of corruption, which relates mainly to the issue of the tipper trucks and the Val Central money paid into a personal account. We placed before council in our presence a report that listed all the issues that were being raised and to require council to provide the leadership in its unity, not only just executive, because we asked the MM then, please table a report on all issues that the council, some councillors claimed they were not aware, or the matters have never been presented, so that council can take a decision, and together with the elected leadership, we can go and address the community based on the interventions we are making. What followed, Chair, is what we call dualism, where one set of councillors will call a meeting here and elect the leadership of council, another set of the council will meet somewhere in Wesselsbron, elect the leadership. That's what triggered then the intervention of the provincial government in terms of 139 to put an administrator to make sure that we hold the house together and bring and restore service delivery. The administrator had indicated that the issue of the account was also affected because everybody wanted to claim control at the level of the bank. Where we are stalling, Chair, with the municipality, it is in the tabling of a report that deals with the suspension of the MM as well as the Chief Financial Officer about the issues that requires to be investigated. And council that said, that was supposed to have said a couple of days ago, had to be postponed because some councillors refused to sign the attendance register and get into the meeting, raising the issues of what they view or believe are unconstitutional issues in terms of the terms of reference of the intervention. What we have done, Chair, on our side, we have written a letter to the mayor. We're meeting with them on Monday to resolve the issue. And in the event, Chair, we fail, then the province will be faced with the two options: to trigger necessary disciplinary processes in relation to the conduct of councillors, including dealing with the perpetual sick note of the mayor, and or trigger the question of considering the fate of the municipality in terms of its dissolution. Indeed, Chair, we are able to resolve all other issues. At the heart of the demand is the issue that is dividing both the council and triggering the community protest has been a political call on the removal of the mayor, which we said to all and sundry that we are referring the matter to the party that sent the mayor to council, so that they can resolve it, or the council itself, using the law, has got the right to reconstitute its leadership at any point in time. And those are the two options that were given to the municipality and allowed to exercise this issue. It appeared as if they were resolving it through the process where they settled with the mayor that they agreed that the process to try to remove her were wrong and so on, and then agreed on the issue of electing the speaker, which is caught in terms of the standing rules of that council, that a special meeting can only deal with one item. Now, you will probably need a normal meeting to deal with these particular issues. And on two occasions, Chair, we have been sending somebody to preside over the council, primarily because they do not have a speaker. So as a provincial government, we are quite on the ground dealing with that matter, which is essentially political. When you hear us saying that we are now left with an option that if the next attempt fails, we will trigger disciplinary issues, but also escalate the report back to the EXCO in relation to the fate of the municipality, which will likely involve the dissolution. Because we believe that council has been held at ransom on issues that the elected leadership, they are quite well versed with, and they've been impressed upon, and all the support has been provided for the council to return back to normality. We are stuck with the problems at a political level in terms of the elected leadership, no longer at an administrative level. The report that the administrator raises here, Chair, deals with all issues that were flagged in terms of the intervention to turn the municipality around. And we are happy with how he has laid it bare, so that when we go in there to deal with all issues and nothing left behind. What we require is the elected leadership of that particular municipality, which is holding us at ransom in terms of the required quorum. And you'll remember that the biggest party in that municipality holds about 50%. And will require all other parties to be in a meeting so that the quorum can take place. And or if they absent themselves, then the quorum is not able to take place in the meeting. Thank you very much.
What you have just told us, is this in a form of a written report as we speak?
Chair, we have got all the documents. We'll compile the report as requested. I was really taking the committee, on board as per the directive or the request of the Chair that indicate what is that we have been doing, Chair.
That's fine. We've gone past that. I wanted to know if you've got a question, put it differently. When are we going to get a written report?
We can do it, Chair, by Tuesday. so that we are allowed to factor in our engagement with the leadership of that municipality on Monday.
Okay, we'll have the report next week. Second question. When will the intervention take place so that we get to a point where there's a finality on the matter? You raised a few issues. You raised three things. One, you want to have the meeting, engage other people in this municipality to have a meeting hosted, and if it happens, that's fine, you elect a speaker. Two, if that doesn't happen, disciplinary issues. Three, trigger the last issue, which is around possibility of dissolution. You want to, in your report, give us specific timelines to those. So we don't have a general discussion. We know that if by next week you have been able to meet with whoever you want to meet with, then we know if that works and succeeds, then there's stability in terms of the election of the speaker. If that doesn't work, what is the next step and how long it will take before you get there? If that's not the case, then when we have to deal with the issue of dissolution, when is that? So I'm just saying your report must include all of that. So end of next week, we'll have the report for the committee. All right. Honourable members, can we close this issue? Thank you. Let's move on. Thank you very much for your submission. And let's get the next municipality in place. We are at Masilonyana. Masilonyana. Am I missing something? We won't disturb you by calling for a break. We'll just ask you to take individual breaks. You walk throughout, stretch, come back. Let's move on. Yes, am I missing something? Oh, that was it.
Nje kusihlalo ngenkulu inhlonipho ukuthi asazi sesivithike kakhulu mhlambe would it not be a consideration mhlambe and some alternative like starting very early. I don't know what is the impact of that on the municipalities that are here. Let me admit to that up front. It could be collateral, but from the point of view of your members of this committee who left Cape Town bavuke ngo-3 ekuseni engathi kuyilokho besicela nje ukubeka eCwebe kodwa ke it's up to you.
Yes.
Chair, we are dealing with UIF. So if we agree that the municipality that have been here since the morning should go and come back tomorrow, they might book accommodation and contribute to what we are against now. So my plea is that we continue.
Shenge, you spoke very nicely. Wayibeka ngesizulu. IsiZulu sithi ohlabe yakhe kalelwa. We have the decision. We decided this is how we conduct this meeting and how long we're going to be asking questions. The meeting stretched beyond. Now, we have committed municipalities to finish today and start tomorrow. Now, it's us who are asking questions who woke up at 3. It's us who are raising issues and debating issues and dragging the meeting on when we know we actually woke up at 3 and we are now dragging ourselves beyond the normal time. But it's up to these members here. If the members feel that we need to break at this point, whatever that means, I think we need to be considerate to the municipalities. We only have 3 to go, and we can handle them quite briefly. Honorable Van Zyl.
Chairperson, my program
Sorry.
says 4.
Sorry, what did I say?
You said 3. There's 4 left.
I said what? No, 3 after this one. Honorable Van Zyl.
You are now being special. That's speciality.
Special. All right. You have heard, Honorable Member said you are special. Let's proceed. Let's proceed, Honorable Members.
Thank you very much.
You know, I was saying this. The Nkosi spoke on behalf of this committee to say it's a consideration. Our bodies are kind of worn out and everything. Very nice, fatherly plea. And I've said I am all for it. I understand. Just reminding him of a Zulu expression that whoever slaughters his own beast does not get stopped. I'm putting it so crudely in the rural interpretation of it. We take decisions, we bear the consequences. So we proceed. Samuel, yes? We can go into that debate if you want to do that. In the meantime, they can proceed. But if you want, you can fit me in. I'm fine. Please proceed. We've got 4 municipalities. Masilonyana, you got 10. Is a hand up this side? Yes, Baba.
No, Chair, I was just telling the chairs of chairs he must sit down or proceed.
No. You don't take over the work of the whip. There's a whip here. So he hasn't outsourced his responsibilities. And he's very quietly smiling, the whip. So I can tell there's order here. Let's calm down, colleagues. We either finish this, tomorrow we'll behave like this, and then the end of the day we'll still want to create a new complications on people who didn't plan for it. Whatever we think suit us, we must always consider there's someone else who's accommodating what we're doing, and therefore, at the end, we can't make them suffer because it must suit us all the time. It cannot be. Let's proceed, Masilonyana.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Greetings to honorable members. My name is Dimakazo Modise, Mayor Masilonyana. On my right-hand side, it's the Speaker of the Municipality, Councillor Nkoini Makata. On my left-hand side is Tate Mujalifa Joseph Matloli, the Municipal Manager of Masilonyana. On my far left is Tate Amos Magwai.
Let's see the hand. So, thank you.
Far left is Tate Amos Magwai, the CFO of the municipality. Without any wasting of time, Chairperson, through you, can I give the MM to talk to the report of Masilonyana? Thank you very much.
You got 10 minutes, you don't need to finish it.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Protocol observed. I'll just talk to what we have already provided. I won't go into the institutional review, but just to highlight the fact that since the appointment of a new team, this is a municipality that has been having a disclaimer for many years, I think around 9 years or so. And the new team that has been appointed by this municipality is from September 2023, being the MM. And currently it's a municipality that is having all senior management team in place. Just at a high level, in terms of institutional review, it's a municipality that is having a high litigation register, previously overcommitments in terms of creditors, non-submissions of prior years in terms of AFS, high ESCOM debt. We are also one municipality that is part of the debt relief. And, but over time, I think there has been consistent effort to change the situation. One, having the administrative leadership, which in the past has not been the case. You would have acting MMs. I think this is since 2022, when the previous MM was suspended, but later his contract fell through when he had also applied to court to come back. So since that time, there have been active managers and only municipal manager acting and others on acting position. I think it constituted mainly to those issues that we'll be talking about, which are challenges. We have a DC board at the district level that we're utilizing, but in our next council on the 31st, we'll be establishing our own, and we have an audit performance committee term that also ran out, but we also have an item that is ready for council to be discussed on the 31st. We have an audit action plan steering committee in place, and we are also assisted by Provincial Treasury. We have MPEC that has also gone through training, assisted by both Provincial Treasury, Cogta and Salga. Our budget is unfunded, but we do have a funding plan, and our UIF and reduction strategy has been adopted by Council. We have a fully functional ward committees. Coming to the responses that we had to deal with, I think on page 8 of the report, we do list from 2017, 2018 up to date, list of heads of political officers, administrators, stroke, a city manager, a municipal manager, and that would also speak to issues of accountability. One of the main challenges that we have had, that is also in the AG's report, is a challenge around keeping the providing records, and this is also a material irregularity. We have since appointed a records manager, and in our report we are also showing steps what we are beginning to do with timelines in terms of how we're going to deal with those. We have had issues with the AFS of 2023-24, and the main reason for the late submission is the fact that we were dealing with prior years where we had, I think, 140 million that could not be accounted in terms of vouchers and all that. And the situation has since improved. And in the main, where we have a credible AFS consultant that has assisted us to be able to deal with the banking records. And this is from 2016 to date, and it's something that has not happened in previous years. And the other issue that I think might change the situation, probably provide a better audit outcome, is the fact that we have spent a lot of time focusing on our FAR, which I think we are receiving a report tomorrow that would be providing us the possibility that we will be dealing with this in a way that would bring the different outcome. We have also provided a proof to the issues that we are referring to in terms of annexures, and we are focusing also on remedial action as it related to the questions that were posed. We have also responded to the question around the 2021-2022 financial statements in our response, where we are also providing remedial action. And there was an issue that what brought us here? Why have we had a disclaimer for so many years? And then on page 12, we have dealt with what has been the problem in terms of the audit findings, around issues of contingency liabilities, payables from exchange transactions, receivable exchange transaction. I won't be going on that list, but those were the main issues that I think were leading this municipality to have disclaimers. What is it that we are going to do differently? Like I've mentioned, that we have made a commitment that by the 31st of August, we will be submitting the AFS as well as our FAR. And this, I think, we believe that with probably in terms of the effort that has been made, both by our consultants and our internal capacity, we'll be able to meet this for the first time in many years. We do have an audit action plan in place, and then with it, it also has the timelines which have been put in terms of percentages rather than dates, and it's something that I think we could also improve on in terms of putting dates. And like I said, you've also agreed that you are going to be meeting the deadline. We also have a process plan in relation to that. And I've mentioned that we have 4 material irregularities, and the main one has been about full and proper records that have not been kept, and this is coming all the way from 2017, and we've provided evidence in terms of the strides that we are doing in that respect, and then we believe that we'll be able to eventually meet this MI. And you have provided proof, provided number of files that you are working on, and then the timelines that are associated with that, from SCM to expenditure to council secretariat to human personnel, and those are talking to the issue of proper records. We have MI that relates to pollution of water resources, and not prevented. This is in Windberg. We are also dealing with that and got a contractor on site. The project is 83%, and then we hope that it will be completed by the 30th of August 2025. One of our main challenges, we are one of the municipalities that as AHRC took us to court, something that we did not contest because it was quite evident that we had challenges. But out of that, the court order enforced us to do certain things that we are already working on. We have submitted report in that regard, and then we have also been coordinated by the HOD of Cogta, DWS, as well as Val Central, where commitment has been made that they will also be assisting that regard.
Your time is up.
To the extent that we'll have. Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Just quickly, how many? What's your population and what's your voter population?
The population is 69,000. The voters' population is 32,000. And the number of household is 17,000.
Number of?
Household.
Okay, thank you. Honorable, number of? Is 10. So says the honorary councillor. Honorable members? Yes. We'll start here. Can we just try and do a 30-second shot on each and we go? All right. And I'm saying that when we're so inspired, you want to spend the whole day. We're trying to manage. You can't complain and we still track. Let's try. Do your best.
No, thanks, Kabazed. But I must first say that we've been, in relation to this particular municipality, especially at Scopa, there is a whistleblower that writes almost every month regarding the allegations of corruption in this particular municipality. So I'm just noting that so that even if he or she is watching, she will know that those are receiving the required attention. Secondly, I think, Chair, my worry with this will be just one question. As management and leadership of the municipality, how does it feel when you get disclaimer for more than 4 years? Thank you. 5 years.
Thank you, Chair. The first question I asked when the province was presenting here is it assisting to have an intervention from the province? Here we see a municipality that has been under the provincial administration but keeps on getting disclaimers. So that was the reason why I was asking, is the intervention assisting? Or because we are seeing a decline in the performance instead of getting better, because the intervention is to get it better, but we are seeing a decline. And Chair, the municipality spent 2.7 million on consultants to prepare financial statements, but they failed to produce financial statements on time. They failed to produce financial statements that are credible, that the AG can audit. But you spend so much on consultants, and now you are presenting and saying you've got another credible, I'm not sure if it's a new one now, another credible financial institution that is going to do the same exercise that you've been paying for, but we are not yielding any results. I'm not sure why we are paying so much. And also, you frequently underspend on grants. Now, the question is, are the people there that are supposed to be assisted by these grants, who are intended to be supported by these grants, are they fine if the municipality is not spending on these grants? So much that the National Treasury has to put restrictions and withhold certain monies because of slow movement on grants. Last one, Chair, the fruitless and willful expenditure, it moved from 17.6 million to 39.6 million. So I'm not sure why so much. It's more than double than the amount of the previous year. And if you have MPEC and have the audit committee and have disciplinary boards that are functional, therefore we would not have these amounts escalating like this, and we're not hearing anything about these amounts being investigated. Thank you.
Thank you. Who's next? Are you in space?
Yes, Chair, just one.
It's not compulsory.
No, I have to, Chair. Chair, no, mine is simple. It is also about the non-investigation around alleged misconduct, financial misconduct, which came out in the audit report that senior officials were not necessarily investigated as required by disciplinary regulations for senior managers. And one would just want to know why and what is the action.
Thank you. I thought you would surprise me. I just give it a pass.
I know. The only way to stay awake, speak, is to engage. So, in terms of the...
Make it 30 seconds.
In terms of the annual performance plan, that was not done, or that was submitted incomplete. Auditor General did an audit of basic service delivery, and in terms of the targets that were achieved, it was 0%, because there was no portfolio of evidence to support any of the things that the municipality claims to have done. Can you appraise us as a committee as what really transpired there? If there are no annual performance plans, then why do we have senior managers in the municipalities or HOTs? How do you measure their success if they are doing their work, if they are not tied to the STPIP? Because I think that's their KPIs. Thank you.
I'm good, Kabaza.
Thank you. Sheng. So, Alice.
Chair,
I just want to get a clarity that Masilonyana has been under Section 139 for almost 2 terms. And then there's a disturbing news that can be confirmed by the municipality regards to the current CFO, that he was dismissed by Mafobe, local municipality, based on 4 charges, which charges were also upheld in terms of the CMA arbitration award. If they just can confirm that, because the status of their finances is very bad. But if this is true, Chair, I think it's not going to help us as a Masilonyana municipality. Thanks. Or the other things is that we are going to send it in writing, because there are so many things about Masilonyana, including the deviation of buying their fleets, if it's true, that they are going to auction instead of following the normal processes. But there are so many things. But I think this one, they are very critical. Chair.
Thank you. Are you on? Okay, go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, from the report that we got at Cogta from Masilonyana, it's clear that there's no consequence management. It doesn't exist. They've got a 400 million rand budget, but they had no accountant in place at the time. 0% of key service delivery targets were achieved. The municipality was being run without a general ledger. I'm not sure how that happens. Their spending on repairs and maintenance was at 0%. They had a disclaimer of audit opinion for 9 years. Incorrect reporting on financial statements. I just think it begs the question that the people who are tasked with coming up with these documents, I think that's the only question. Are they actually qualified? Oh, last question, Chair. What does Cogta have to say about this municipality? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Chair. Again, just the salary percentage component of your budget, I'd like to know what that is. And then also your collection rate, what percentage is that at? Then the same as I've asked the other ones, you are also one of the defaulters with SARS, 41 million, AG nearly 7 million, and pension and 13. What's happened with the equitable share? Did you write a letter? Is your tranches released? What is the situation there? And then based on the disclaimers that has been there, as we've heard from the guys on Scopa, that's been there for 9 years. Clearly, there's no controls. It's financial mismanagement. It's Wild West. I'd like to know if the Section 56 managers and in these disclaimed years received performance bonuses. Because when you have 0% of service delivery target, which is essentially the KPIs, when that's at 0%, your performance bonuses are paid out based on that KPI. So I'd like to know if it is at 0%, if performance bonuses was paid out and why. Thank you.
Thank you. We're done that side. Thank you. Can we get the responses?
Thank you very much, Chairperson. I will go quick with other response. The first question of the municipality being on the disclaimer for quite some years. Chair, I must say, narrate in 2015 and 16 when the municipality migrated from the data M system to search system. The process were never conducted correctly in the municipality, whereby it took only 4 days for the other system to feed the another system. And then in 2017, the municipality was put under 139 for the second time, of which Cogta also appoint a service provider called FESI to do annual financial statement for the municipality for a period of 3 years. The time lapsed while the FESI was struggling with the opening and the closing balance. And now they've got the issue with the subcontracted contractor who was dealing with the fixed asset register of the municipality. When the municipality appointed in 2018 the municipal manager, the Cogta uplifted the section 139 from the municipality. We have never get any handover report as a municipality. In 2018, as we appointed the new municipal manager, Mr. Sekedi, he has never submit any annual financial statement. That is part of the other charges of his, when the council, the new administration of the council was appointed, he was suspended and discharged. That was one of the other charges that was leveled against him. The other charge, it was when he was, immediately after he was appointed, he appointed a service provider, a consultant to run the SCM for the municipality. And that SCM already awarded the service provider, the contract to the service providers as well as the consultant, of which some of them were job done to the level of 70%, 40%, 60%. We had to take all this contract to council to nullify them, to declare them irregular, as per advice of the Treasury. The municipality was, as it was alluded, that municipality was on acting position for such a long time. In 2023, it was when, because there were there were two municipal managers, the MM and the acting who were suspended. And then we took the matter of the acting municipal manager to the DC board. So we can't fill those posts while we were waiting for the report from the DC board. The matter was finalized at the end of September 2023, where we gave the the appointed MM, the authority to deal with the recommendation of the DC board. From there, it was only the municipal manager appointed in the municipality, and then we continue to appoint other directors. That is why we said now, as a municipality, we have a full bunch of senior managers in the institution. In response to the other one, as I've said, the DC, we don't have DC as a municipality. We use the shared services with the district. On the issue of okay, let me give MM to respond, and the CFO to others, as well as the speaker.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. The CFO will deal with UIF, he will deal with the consultants and MPEC. I'll deal with the rest. In terms of the report, we have mentioned the dates that this current senior management took office. Yes, all these issues that have happened, but I think in terms of the new administration, we are not absorbing ourselves even from action that have taken in the past. That's why when we deal with issues of UIF, we'll be able to follow and make sure that there is consequence management. So this new administration has not had time to be able to claim issues of bonuses and all that. There was also a problem in terms of reporting, especially around issues of annual performance plan, wherein the current incumbent in that unit, they just made the agglomeration of quotas and then provided that to AG, so that it was not reflective of what was there in the SDBIP. It's something that this new administration has corrected. We've got the SDBIP in place with clear targets. We also have a performance contract for the first time that are took into the SDBIP. So we think going forward, we'll deal with that issue. So where it's written zero performance, it's because of that particular omission of not providing a credible annual plan. The issue around we've got 40% in terms of salary bill, and then in terms of Our main creditors are ESCOM, around 237 million. AGSA, that we have fully paid last week, which was around, we were owing 6.8 million. And then SARS was owed 47 million. There's a 9 million that is in dispute, so we have made arrangements in relation to the remaining 34 million. We also have done arrangements and also paid them last week to the tune of 5 million. And I've dealt with the issue of performance bonuses, that yes, is zero because that has not been claimed. And the other one that relates to the CFO, yes, the CFO was in
You're
the
saying bonuses are zero.
We have not gone to the level of even taking, because previously there were no managers or Section 56 to be able to do assessments. So that has not been dealt with in terms of payments.
Let's not do it like that. When you think he's left something, you will say it. Don't whisper, because we want him to finish. When he stops, we will take over.
Okay, thank you. I'll ask CFO to deal with your issues, and then the last one would be to respond on the issue of guilty or non-guilty of a CFO in the previous municipality.
No, you deal with that, and then you will deal with what is remaining.
Okay, thank you, Chair. What has happened in this case, the previous CFO, he was working for Mafube Municipality, and he went through disciplinary process, and then at the end it upheld his dismissal. Nonetheless, in terms of regulation 18.2, and then he made a review. We have had a Cogta inquiry from the previous MSC, and were council took a resolution, and then at the end the resolution was that with two legal opinions that was saying when the CFO has appealed or reviewing that decision, and then it suspends its invocation. So the matter then it's in the Labour Court, and there has been interaction between Cogta and ourselves in terms of discussion, and have provided detailed information to Cogta on the matter.
CFO.
Thanks, Honourable MPs and Honourable Mayors, members of Provincial Legislature. Chairperson, I will start with the question of underspending of our condition.
Can you bring it closer to your mouth so we can hear better?
Sorry, Chair. I'm saying I will start with the question of underspending on our conditional grants. Yes, indeed, I can say, I can confirm that in the previous years, before our appointments, I was appointed in January 2024. That was a challenge with Masilonyana local municipality, where conditional grants was utilized to pay salaries for operations. But upon our appointment as a new administration, we implemented the internal controls, and we ensured that we ring-fenced all the conditional grants monies. So we are spending to those conditional grants accordingly, and then on a monthly basis we provide a report to accounting officer to check the monitoring. To date, there is nothing like that. We are up to date in terms of our expenditure as far as the conditional grants is concerned. So the MIC funds are being managed by district local municipalities as a result of that. And then we are paying our consultants, even the contractors, upon the receipt of the invoice, Once we receive the invoice, we send it to district, and the district they only pay that portion of the invoice, and then we pay over to the contractor or a consultant. So I'm happy with that because of we have implemented the internal controls. As far as the UIF is concerned, Chairperson, yeah, indeed, that municipality for a number of years was transacting outside the financial system. So we did not have any supporting documentation to prepare the annual financial statement. If I can indicate this, when you prepare the annual financial statement, you need to have the records on our financial system. When you submit the AFS, you need to provide the list schedule, even the general ledger, to support the figures as disclosed on the annual financial statement. So in the absence of that, that information, you cannot do anything. You submit, the auditor general is going to reject all those financial statements. So that was what was happening in that municipality. So the figures as disclosed as UIF on our financial statement were just put there. When we wanted the breakdown of those amounts, we didn't get anything to support all those amounts. So we had to reconstruct our registers to ensure that we have a supporting documentation as far as UIF is concerned. And we provide that information to MPEC as well for further investigation. So we did that. MPEC is done with 2022, 23, 24 or 24 financial year investigation. In the next council meeting, they are going to table their report there for the first time. So we are implementing control as far as that is concerned. And then we implement controls as well to try to reduce our UIF because of majority of our irregular expenditure was emanating into the composition of our bid adjudication committee. In terms of the supply chain management policy of the municipality, even the supply chain management regulations, it says the composition of the bid committee, adjudication committee, must be composed with all senior managers of the municipality. So during those previous years, we didn't have any senior managers, so the municipality was just taking even the junior staff to serve on that committee. So automatically, if we are not complying with that requirement, it's a irregular expenditure. So there were long-term contracts that were entered into by the municipality. So when we pay all those contracts because of they are still applicable, we are incurring that irregular expenditure. But upon our appointments, we implemented the correct measures. All the senior managers were appointed to serve on that committee. So we managed to reduce our irregular expenditure. And then all that irregular expenditure that has been incurred will be tabled before MPEC for further investigations, and then consequence management will be implemented after the report has been served before the municipal council. And then there was issue about the consequence management. Yeah, in terms of those people who were transacting outside the financial system, we have suspended one official, and then the disciplinary process is still underway. And then others, we referred all those projects that maybe we think that fraud was conducted to the Hawks. Other projects have been investigated by SIU. So after we have, once we receive the reports, we will implement consequences management as per the recommendation of those reports. So indeed, we have been getting disclaimer for the past 9 years due to the fact that yes, the municipality was transacting outside the financial system. However, we implement the internal controls to ensure that everything now we are capturing it on our financial system. Even the backlog that we had in the previous years of capturing those transactions outside the financial system, we brought all those transactions into financial system. Hence, we are hoping that under this financial year, we are going to get a better audit outcome from Auditor General for the first time. If we fail in terms of getting a better audit outcome from Auditor General, at least the paragraphs of our disclaimer report are going to be reduced because of that municipality was operating without even a fixed asset register for the past 4 years. So now, at least now we have compiled that fixed asset register. We have completed everything, and fixed asset register, I think, is constitute 80% of our annual financial statement. So once we are happy with that, and then I think under this financial years, yes, we are going to improve. The issue of the salary bill percentage, I think MM touched on that. Yeah, we are on 40% because the norm is between 25% to 40%. So we are complying with that. So the revenue collection, yes, we are battling in terms of our revenue collection. Upon my appointment in Masilonyana, they were sitting on a 5% collection rate. But for the first 2 months, we managed to shoot it into 50%. However, subsequent to that, it was reduced because I had to focus to other components like our payables because of we didn't have any transaction on our financial system. So hence it was declined. So currently our collection rate is ranging from 25% to 40%, but we are going to improve on that as well. The issue again is with our mines. We are struggling with the mines around Masilonyana. Sibanye Mines is owing our municipality like something like 130 million. Harmony Mine 73 million. So they are saying I had an engagement with those mines, and then they said there were disputes that were filed with the municipality, but the municipality failed to correct those disputes on time. Even upon our arrival at that municipality, there were lots of disputes that were raised from 2009. The municipality did not deal with that. So I had to deal with the backlog of the dispute from 2009, but currently we are up to date. So we are going to address the issue of the revenue collection. We are even anticipating to put the prepaid smart meters as well, both for water and electricity. The service provider has been appointed to assist with the issue of the revenue collection, members of the parliament. As far as the deviation is concerned for procurement of the cars, yes, we deviated. Why? It's because of we wanted to follow a correct procedure to buy cars, but that municipality was out of vehicles since from 2008. They didn't have even a single vehicle. So it was an emergency. I requested the quotation from Isuzu, Nissan, and then all those quotations, I think one bike was ranging from 450,000. And then we took a resolution that let's go to auction. We can deviate because of we know the specific what kind of vehicles we want. And then we bought 9 cars with something like 120,000. And those cars are still brand new, members of the parliament. You can go to our municipality and check the quality of those vehicles. And then we even bought a TLBs, 4 TLBs for that municipality. There was none. There was no vehicle to provide service delivery, but we had to enter to that because of we need to provide a quality service delivery to our community. So
let's round up that part.
Okay. So
okay, no, that's fine. So Gambe, what's your name again?
Amos Makwai, Chairperson. CFO.
Okay. The one question that I think we missed out, just repeat, Honorable Mwala.
Chair, I asked about fruitless and wasteful expenditure. The CFO is talking about irregular expenditure. And I asked about the intervention of Cogta into the municipality, how that has assisted the municipality, because for the past 9 years, this municipality has been getting disclaimers.
Chairperson, I think I responded to that. I was just touching on the irregular expenditure. I touched on the issue of UIF. So I said all the registers emanating from unauthorized expenditure, irregular expenditure, fruitless and wasteful expenditure registers were compiled for the first time by the new administration, and then we refer those registers to MPEC for further investigation. And Provincial Cogta and Salga and Provincial Treasury, they were requested to provide a training to our MPEC members to conduct investigation on this. And then those trainings were conducted, and then our MPEC members were able to execute their mandate as far as UIF is concerned. So we are doing good as far as UIF is concerned, Chairperson. So I indicated that they completed for 2021, 22, and 23 financial years. The report is ready. It's going to be tabled in our next council meeting. And then after the report is served before the municipal council, the consequence management will be implemented accordingly. Thank you very much.
Chairperson, in addition, in respect of assistance from Cogta, I think the Mayor also responded to that in terms of previous interventions, 139 that were made. But since we also arrived, we have been assisted by Cogta, both Cogta at the national level and provincial level, in terms of a municipal support program. And then we are reporting, we are giving reports on a monthly basis to Cogta. And so there is a good relationship and assistance in that respect, and also other interventions, as you've mentioned, around even training and giving assistance to MPEC members. Thank you.
You got your answers. Move where to? I see now. Yes, what's the question?
Is the CFO is employed or seconded to that municipality?
Is employed, Chairperson.
I'm wondering why there are no remuneration of managers in your financial statements of last year or annual report.
Through you, Chairperson, can the member repeat the question?
I'm saying if you go to 2023-2024, the financial statements under remuneration of managers, there is nothing. There's just a name of CFO, and then dash. There's nothing. Why is that? Because that's where we can be able to verify whether he has received a bonus or not.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. On that matter, yes, we had difficulties in terms of annual report. If you can check the audit report.
So you don't know how much the salary you got paid?
No, I was paid in terms of salary, but bonuses, no senior managers was
But
paid.
that's what that thing requires. It requires you to write the salaries of senior managers.
No. Let's not dialogue it like that. Just finish the questions. Let's get the answer.
But I'm sorry, through you, Chair. My question is, the GRAP requires you that, in line with the MFMA, that you must write all managers of the municipality their remuneration, even if you received a cell phone allowance of R2. It must be listed there in the financial statement under notes that you got a cell phone allowance of R2. Why in this particular municipality there is nothing under remuneration of senior managers? That's just a straight question.
That's why I think it was a disclaimer. The point is, going forward, those things have been identified. And then
No. You're not answering the question. You're not answering the question. We're asking you why the record of the remuneration did not reflect. We're asking that question. We know next time we'll sort it out. We're not talking about that one. We're talking about the past.
No, thanks, Chairperson. I heard that initially the member was asking why those were not split on the annual report.
No. You've heard the question now.
Yes.
Let's
So
deal with
on
it.
the financial statement, I think we have split that. But the question of the annual performance.
Sorry, Chair.
No. Wait. Look, We're not going to run it like that. You've asked the question, let's get the answer. If the answer is not satisfactory, you'll come in, let's not intervene. You have a question straight. You did not reflect the remuneration of the managers in your annual financial statement. That's the allegation. We're asking you, why did you not reflect?
Yes. No, let me acknowledge that if it was not indicated, but I will go back and check if it was not reflected. But in terms of the CRAP statement, yes, it's required that we split that. According to me, we did that. So
Okay,
I'm
no.
not sure.
Wait, okay, let's go back to the basics now. If you are not sure, you can't answer the question. Your answer should be, you are not sure about it, you go and check, and tomorrow morning you'll come and give us the answer. Don't play around like that, because you're supposed to answer factually. You're not supposed to play politics on us. Okay? So tomorrow morning you will come and bring us back there. And the statement, yes. Okay, Van Zyl?
Thank you, Chair. I just want to then confirm, because it was an answer from the MM, there was no performance bonuses paid out, not even 1 cent. In the last, let's say 5 years, not even 9 years. No, not 1 cent. Thank you.
Okay, you got additional information? All right. Can we try and close now?
Chair, the 0% of key service delivery targets were achieved, and then spending on repairs and maintenance was 0. So the question, Chair, through you is, what is the function of this municipality? Thank you, Chair.
Khalid?
I'm on another point though.
Fine, go for it.
Okay. No, Chair, I'm still on the issue of the CFO. Must I proceed?
Proceed.
Okay. No, I'm still on the issue of the CFO regards to the issue that I raised earlier on. So, MM, you didn't tell the committee that there was a letter that was written by the former MSC to you on the 16th of February in 2024. So was the letter revoked? Because you only mentioned the review that is still in Labour Court. You only mentioned the legal advice that you got. But there is a letter that was written to the mayor. And it's very clear, that letter. I don't know, Chair, if I can read the letter.
Just read the relevant paragraph.
3.3, Chair. In the arbitration between Amos Makoya and Mafube Local Municipality, dated 5th January 2024, see attached for reference, Mr. Makoya was found guilty on allegations of misconduct and was dismissed from Mafube Local Municipality based on the above finding. Mr. Makoba is not appointable for a maximum of 10 years, as it will be contravention of Schedule 2 of the Local Government Regulations on Appointment and Conditions of Employment of Senior Managers of 2014, which outlines the categories of misconduct and time periods that must expire before a person may be re-employed in the municipality. Based on paragraph 3, the appointment of Mr. Makoya as the Chief Financial Officer is found to be invalid and non-compliant to legislation. The Mayor is therefore advised to request the Speaker to call a special council meeting where the content of the letter will be tabled, rescinding the appointment of Mr. Makoya as the Chief Financial Officer. Please note the failure to submit to the above-mentioned documents and honor the content of the letter will leave the MSC with no option than to approach the High Court for a declaratory order reversing the appointment. Trusting you will find all in order. Sincerely, Mr. M.K. Makume, MPL, MSC, Department of Cooperative Governance, Traditional Affairs and Human Settlement. Date 16/02/2024.
Response?
Thank you, Chairperson. I've provided the response, but let me also deal with what the member specifically mentioned. The letter was received, and then it went through to council. Council debated it, and then also council took a resolution that we needed to get the legal advice, and then that we also received, and then the council also took a resolution, amongst others, that delegated the mayor, the speaker, as well as the MM to meet with the MEC. That happened.
MM, that's yourself.
MM, that's myself, chairperson. And so there was a meeting at a political level with my principals and the MEC at the time, which was MEC Makume. And also there was an instruction for the officials of both Cogta and the municipality that we should meet and deal with the matter, because there were also other issues that were written on the letter that were not accurate, amongst others that if you invoke 10 years and all that, it relates to when you are being charged for financial misconduct, which Mr. Amos Maguire was not charged for that. And then we met as a team, and then also provided a report in that regard. When the new MEC came in, we provided all the information to.
Report in that regard, and report was?
The report was compiled and given to the previous MEC, and then even when the new...
question, what was the report saying? One word.
The report, number one, Chair, was dealing with all the allegations that were put from the MEC side. And then from the municipality, there was response on each of those things and explanation, and there were also annexures that were there. And that was provided.
Now, what was the response? You say you compiled a report of the response, and I want to know what was the response. It can be one of two things.
Okay. I will make an attempt, but if you indulge us, Chairperson, I also, in the midst, we have a Director of Corporate Services who's also an attorney by training. He would probably be able to ventilate it much better than me, but overall is we responded in detail on allegations that were made in the report, and then provided those to council, and council adopted those. At the end, the resolution was that there be a delegation composing of, amongst others, mayor, a speaker, and I think there were also opposition members. To be part of that, they also need to be accompanied by myself, and Director of Corporate Services. And then in them, it was going to be providing actually what happened, was the chronology.
No. Where is the delegation going? What was the decision? The MEC says don't employ. What was your report saying? Was it saying don't employ, or was it saying employ?
Amongst others, like I said, the report was also written because it had a legal opinion.
Leave all of that. Just want something simple. The report ultimately says employ or not employ.
The report of council was saying we note the processes that have taken place, and according to regulations, there's nothing untoward that council did, and therefore council on its own can't re-invoke that decision unless there's a detailed order.
It says you must employ. It was ultimately.
Basically, it says that there was nothing untoward that council did.
It said, therefore, you must employ.
That's correct, Chairperson. It boils to
Why is it difficult for you to say it?
No, Chairperson, you said council employ. There's no resolution that says employ, but the council was saying it followed due processes for the employment of the incumbent.
Council.
Thank you, Chair. I think
Is your hand up, Nangamal?
Yes.
Yes. All right. You will come after her.
sorry, Councillor Ntolo. Honourable, I'm also back now at the district.
I didn't know he's your comrade, but then you continue.
No, I said councillor. Chairperson, I think they said that there was a legal advice. They got us a legal advice. I think it would be very good for this committee and SCOPA and SCOAG to see that legal opinion that they received, as well as the council resolution from this subcommittee, that report. I think it's very, they're not going to give it to us now, but I think we need to see that. Thank you.
Zangaman?
No, thanks, Chair.
Yeah,
Chair,
Chair.
just a follow-up. The question that has been raised by the honourable member was simple. Was the letter revoked by the MEC? That's what actually we wanted to know. Was the letter revoked? Thank you.
Direko?
Yeah, Chair, I would also request that at least we be given information regarding the dismissal of the CFO, the advice that they have sought, as they have said that they have sought legal advice, and then the resolution of the council. If they don't have it now, they can just submit that in writing.
Mayor?
Chair, can I request the speaker want to respond to that?
You don't have a response. The letter was written to you.
Indeed, Chairperson, and the letter was served to council.
Speaker?
Thanks, Chair, and the entire leadership. Chairperson, where the crux of the matter was when approaching the MEC, we advised the MEC, and where the legal advice was so, that Mr. Makwai has approached the Labour Court appealing the arbitration. And the MEC called his legal advisors. We discussed that. And then what came out of the discussion from the legal advisors of the MEC was that there is nothing in the interim we can do, as Mr. Makwai has appealed the matter. Now, ultimately the MEC said, okay, let's leave it here. Let our two technical teams meet and deal with the matter legally. So because of that appeal, we are stuck with the situation. Thank you.
You know, you were asked a question and the mayor passed it to you. The question is, was the letter revoked? And the mayor didn't answer that question. Mayor, you are not answering now, Mayor. You refer to you defer to the speaker, so you can't jump around. Let's just be specific. I asked you the question. You didn't. The letter is written to you, so you can't. When I say answer the question, you say you the speaker. And now, when I'm saying to the speaker, you must answer the question. You want to take over. Speaker, was the letter revoked?
No, it was never revoked, Chairperson.
So it still stands.
It still stands. Also pending the appeal from the Labour Court. What has not been tabled before us as a council is what transpired out of the two teams, the municipal team and MEC team. That has never been given to us, even the contents of that discussion. Thank you.
That's not what the MM says. The MM says that report from those two teams came to you in the council, and then you took the decision. MM?
That's correct, Chair.
And the speaker says you have never reported. He's saying now.
Let me not interpret what he says, but I understood to mean that the matter was resolved at a level where there were discussions between a province and the municipality, even at the level of technical team. I have this even example to.
Okay, no,
to
don't go
provide.
to the example. Let's just take it. You see, let's just take it from a layman's point of view. I am hearing you say you went through a process of interviewing someone to be CFO. That person gets interviewed, and you make a recommendation as the municipal manager and the mayor to the council to employ. And then you get a letter from the MEC saying, give us all these documents, plus don't continue to employ this person. And then you come with a legal opinion that says, no, let's go and engage the MEC. You then get to the MEC, he gets his legal advisor, and then you come with your team, then you have the whole delegation with the mayor and the speaker and everybody, and then you all settle on the point that, no, actually, we should, something you didn't want to say, that we should actually employ the person. You went around and I kept saying, no, leave that. And you said, no, there was no decision, there was no word that said employed. It said the municipality did nothing wrong. And this, the council did nothing wrong. And this is the ultimate conclusion that was taken to council, and council then had to get the process on. And the question which I were asking you is that, was there a letter that revoked this one? Technically speaking, the mayor, the speaker says he's not aware of that. Now, what are you telling us?
Chairperson, let's start with the letter of the MEC. Yes, the letter amongst others. I don't have the copy in front of me, but we have all
Leave all these other stories, because you see, the way you deal with it, you are actually giving us a problem. Leave these other issues. We're talking about this one letter. Let's talk about the process of this letter and get to the point where we want to know, was it revoked?
Thank you, Chairperson. The direct question is, before I come to invocation, the letter, amongst others, would have said, one, table this letter to council and reverse the appointment. And then somewhere there was an element of saying, respond within certain days, meaning it provided you to give an explanation of chronologically what happened.
Chair.
And that was, the report
Sorry,
was
Chair.
made on the basis of that.
Who's calling?
It's me, Chair, because I think we will sleep here. Because we do have the copy of the letter, and I think the MEC that would have written the letter is here.
No,
Can
we're
they
getting
help
there.
us?
We're going there. We're not there yet, no? We're not there. Where we are, we want to know, was the letter revoked? That's the question.
I've considered to that, Chairperson, that
You
it
have
was-
not. You have not.
Chairperson.
No. Don't. You see, I told you, don't play politics. You have not. You even didn't want to say you actually had to continue and employ. You must be specific. Want your own words. Was the letter revoked?
The letter, Chairperson, was not revoked.
Dolo?
Thank you, Chairperson. I understand that there was an appeal. What was the outcome of the appeal? Or was the matter settled? Thank you.
Mkalipi?
Through your chair, I didn't.
Chair.
No, wait. Mkalipi?
Yes, Mayor, again, did you receive a letter now from the current MEC that you received on the 29 October 2024 about this matter? I read you the letter of a former MEC. Now there's a letter of the current MEC. Must I also read, Chair?
Let's first get the answer, is a yes or no.
Yes, indeed. The second MEC did write a letter to me.
Talk about it.
The letter was saying, why should we not be put in under Section 139 because of failure for the council to execute at its obligation.
Which letter is that?
Is the second letter that was written by the second MEC.
Read it, Kalipi.
I'll just go to number 3. I have advised the Municipal Council to rescind the appointment of Chief Financial Officer after receiving the Regulation 17 report. However, the Municipal Council failed to implement the advice. The municipality has not provided me with a report indicating why such advice was never implemented, nor shown that they are in the process of soliciting legal advice.
Next line.
However, the Chief Financial Officer who has been found guilty of financial misconduct is still working for the municipality, contrary to what the legislative and regulation framework dictates, that such an officer must be reported to the Minister of Finance and Cooperative Governance. Over and above, the Municipal Council seems to be failing in its executive functions. In light of the above, we are requested to provide my office with a representation of why a provincial intervention in terms of Section 139 of the Constitution cannot be invoked within 7 working days of receiving this letter. Your positive cooperation in this regard will be highly appreciated. Sincerely, Mr. T.Z. Mukwena, MPL, MEC.
Date?
29/10/2024.
Okay. Your Worship, I asked you to respond and you deferred to the Speaker. Masilonyana has had disclaimers for the past 9 years. In 2017-2018, there was a disclaimer, and Ms. D. Imodise was the Speaker. 2018-19, there was a disclaimer. Ms. D. Imodise was the Speaker. 2019-2020, there was a disclaimer. Ms. D. Imodise was the Speaker. 2020-21, there was a disclaimer. Ms. D. Imodise was the Speaker. 21-22, there was a disclaimer. Ms. D. Imodise was the Mayor. 2022-23, there was a disclaimer. Ms. D. Imodise was the Mayor. And today this Mayor won't answer a question. And of the people who are here is the one who's got the longest institutional memory. And of the people who are here, the one who's got the longest association with the disclaimers is yourself. Why do you want to play around with us? Here is a letter. Please respond to it.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. That was not my intention to play the honorable members around. But I felt to be silent because this matter, when it came and I put it to the council.
Let me just say, Madam, you don't have an option of refusing to answer a question here. I don't know, whoever told you can refuse to answer a question, I don't know. You've been a speaker. I don't know whether you know that there's a rule that says you can't answer a question.
I comply with the recommendation of those letters, and the council did sit for the first time. And it brings the division within the institution whereby I was seen as a problem. Because I said to the accounting officer,
Which one?
The accounting officer here.
Proceed.
We appointed the CFO on the 14th of December. He started on the 3rd of January. And then, according to the arbitration was awarded on the 5th of January. And I was never informed as a mayor about the arbitration. I only see the arbitration on the 16th when the MEC wrote a letter to me. And I approached the accounting officer to say, you misled me to take this report to the council, whereby in the report there was no such that says the CFO got a case that he pursued at the CCMA. And then that matter brought the tension between me and the accounting officer. The second letter came, and when the second letter came, I gave it to the speaker to say, can you call the council? Already the municipality there was the unrest that caused by the employee in defense of the matter of the CFO. The day when I supposed to go to council to present the letter, when the council seated, I was getting threats that when I go to TNSN, they will do whatever they want. And I called the accounting officer to say, can you put me on the Zoom platform so that I present the matter? And then the entire council denied me to present the matter into the council. The decision that was...
Who issued the threat?
The employees were already on strike, saying that I must be removed.
So what made you think you can get away without telling us? Finish off.
Thank you, Chair. So I didn't went to that council, but I was informed that the decision of the council stand that the WIPARI must go and meet again with the MEC Mukwena. And then that was when the MEC was out of the country to Europe, if I'm not mistaken. And then subsequent to that, when I was asking the Troika members, even it was said the whips of the parties, they must go and meet with the MEC. What happened? The MM responded via the HOD on behalf of council. That's all I can say, Chair. Thank you.
I really didn't wish for this. I really didn't wish for this. I'm tempted to suggest that we break and proceed in the morning. Why before we break? No. All right. Look, we take one decision. We don't work on a whim. If we can't break now, then we're not going to break. We're going to finish. Okay. No, that's fine. Because you see, I don't see that we're going to close this issue just now. That's my problem. I don't think we're going to finish this issue just now. So you hold on. Cloutier, you had your hand up.
Thank you, Chairperson. On the issue of the CFO, I'll be quick. Dates are important. So the CFO was appointed, and the question is to you, Municipal Manager. The CFO was appointed. When did the CFO decide to take the arbitration decision against him on appeal? Was it before or after the appointment?
Let's have the next question.
Thank you, Chair.
Chair, I've got a question about boutique consultants. The boutique consultants were brought in to train financial staff. They were
That's a
paid.
separate matter there.
No, it's part. Yeah, it's a separate matter. It's not part of this matter. It's other points on Masilonyana.
On who?
So,
okay, now I'm not inclined to go into. We were trying to close this issue. We're just dealing
just
with
the one
aspect.
issue. Okay.
Okay. Yeah. No. I think let's pull back on that.
Okay, but I will still be allowed to ask later at a later stage.
No. Okay. We didn't give you the chance. You asked the question. Let's close.
I've got 4 questions, Mr. Chair.
It's
very quick. Very quick question.
No.
I can do them tomorrow morning if it's the same municipality.
No.
I'm happy with that.
No. Look, you can't drag us so much. Okay, I'll give you 2 questions and close.
All right. I want to try and put this into one. Concerning your yellow fleet, 11 vehicles were bought second-hand. No one's ever seen them. And thus, the sewage that runs into the river that people have to drink out of is contaminated the whole time. There's no water that goes to Brandfort because the same contractor or a different contractor took the pumps out, brings them back. It was a massive calamity that had to be sorted out. The municipality was cited for an actual criminal charges opened by the NEMA Act and the Water Act because you did not be able to supply both Brandfort, Winnie Montilla Town and Winburg, as well as Tierniston with water for quite a while. And my last final question, I want to know how a cash-strapped municipality can have a mayor that can then take her PA and 4 other people's in-state vehicles and go and have a lavish holiday in KZN. How and who paid for that lavish holiday? Thank you.
Do you have information on that to share with us?
Yes, I do.
Please send it us.
I'll send it to someone. I'll send it to you. Thank you.
Okay. No, wait. You know what I did note? Okay. Now, once you get restless, you're causing a problem. Okay. Once you get restless, you're causing a problem. Now, I've got everybody wanting to jump on the question. You did ask a question. You actually got answers. This is a 3rd round you're coming to. So I don't want you to be restless. Just be patient. Okay? Direko?
Thank you, Chair. Mine is on the financial status of Masilonyana as we looked at the report.
You are outside the CFO issue.
Yeah, it's outside the CFO issue.
So what made you all not want to break and we have got so many issues to raise? You were actually pushing that we must break. When I say we break, we now want to continue.
Okay, so we can break and then we'll continue tomorrow.
Finish your question now so we can see
Chair,
where
mine
we
is
go.
that noting that Masilonyana is one of the municipalities that is still financially bankrupt. And can they please take us along in terms of their status on the payment of the third party and the payment of the salary of the employees, as we know that Masilonyana has a history of not paying salaries for the employees rather than giving them the vouchers, monthly vouchers, grocery vouchers because of the state of the finance that they're in. Can they please take us along now as to how is the situation at the moment? Thank you, Chair.
Yes. You see, I'm going to have to break this meeting. I'm telling you. No. All right, come on. Let's hear.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, I wanted to ask the team from Masilonyana, when were they going to tell us that next month there's an anonymous person who's taking them to court for the appointment of the CFO, and the proceedings are starting next month? When were they going to tell us that? And how do they intend to pay for those court proceedings? Thank you, Chair.
How do you know they know it? If it's next month.
They've been served, Chair.
They've been served?
Yes, Chair.
Okay, so why do you say it's anonymous if they've been served? No, share the document. If they've served, they've been served, then it's public. Serve the document. Show us.
Okay, Chair.
All right, then we get a direct question and direct answer. Okay. Shenga.
Kabazela, I'm actually on your side on this one. I really think that we should take a cue from what you're suggesting to break now, but I just thought I want to say one sentence before we do that. I'm not opening another can of worms. I think, Chair, if there's one thing that I think one can just go to bed with, especially the team there, is that one thing that has become patently clear as we wrap up, as the chairman is sending us home, is that there was a total failure to disclose, which alone is a very serious charge. That's all I wanted to say. Thank you, Chair. Siyabonga.
Chair Kambush, sorry, why do I call you Kambush? Sorry.
No, thanks, Chair. Chair, I'm also going to be short as we break. But Chair, I must state this. It's important that I do. Because I think also the MM would know that their document, your annual report, has financial statements in it. Your financial statements as well. The previous two years, both your salaries and those of the CFO and the benefits that you receive are not disclosed. And Chair, I just want to specify this because if I know that they are not disclosed in those financial statements. We are going to request their journals because we want to know whether you got bonuses, how much you got paid, and everything. We want details of both of your salaries because it can't be that the CFO, while it's you that is making payments, you don't know how much you are paying yourself. That is seriously something that I don't know how you can define it. Thank you, Chair.
Now, I shouldn't have allowed you on this question. I shouldn't have, because we had already agreed that we are getting the documents tomorrow. Okay, so it might be tempting, but it shouldn't have been allowed. Now, honorable members, we are not going to conclude on this municipality. Let us break and come in the morning. When we come in the morning, I'm going to request, now, is there a complaint again? I hear your voice. Okay. You know, I used to deal with young people many years back. Now, you don't want to bring me back that skill. So, honorable members, I want us to do it this way. The CFO is going to bring us tomorrow the financial statements to show that what was reflected of the remuneration of the senior management. Tomorrow, first thing, we'll go through that. Then we will get the follow-up question dealt with. Secondly, the municipal manager is going to bring to us tomorrow the reports that refer to this matter of the CFO, all of them, and we will then come back and get the mayor to continue explaining what she was trying to explain, and we stopped her. Although we didn't say stop, the reality is that we haven't said half as much as what we want to hear from you. And the first time when I asked you to answer and you passed, it was very clear to me that there's a lot that you have to tell us. So you are going to do that tomorrow morning. And after all of that, we have here the Honorable MEC, who is a former MEC of Cogta, and the current MEC of Cogta. They're going to give us a 360-degree view of this matter from the provincial office. it is clear we have not been told the truth. And therefore, instead of pushing on at this point, I can tell with the conduct of these members that they are quite exhausted. So they're going to drag the meeting longer if they're exhausted than if they are fresh. So we will then start the process in the morning. Let me apologize to the other municipalities that have been made to wait until this time, because it was not our intention. We will start with Masilonyana and then proceed to finish off, and then we'll release you afterwards. And then we'll continue with the other municipalities. But I do want to say to you, please do take this process quite seriously. You are actually testifying in front of Parliament. And therefore, any attempt to obfuscate any of the explanations or any effort to try and mislead will have repercussions. And having heard how serious this matter is, I actually am convinced that those of you who participated, we're going to have to get a proper explanation. We will get that report. Please, if you can get it electronically, we will take it. If not, if it's in hard copies, please bring them in the morning. Let's deal with them at that point. You will then, after that, have the MECs respond, and thereafter the Premier on this matter, and then we'll close it at that point. You have a different problem as Masilonyana factually responded to. So we will meet tomorrow. We're targeting 8 o'clock to start. We'll start with Masilonyana. At this